Lav 6, mic 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, mic 6. This is the last mic and hopefully no feedback. Mic 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, mic 6. And this is a great day. Mic 6, 1, 2, 3. Settings at the other mics. 7, 8. This is mic 6. This is mic 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30.
30-second warning, folks. Grab a seat and let's rock and roll.
Are we good? Do you want us to? There's still some people out there, but we can close the doors. You don't have to close the door. No, they register. There's one person registering, but I think I'll close the door just for noise. Really?
Just tell people to come on in. Grab a seat. We're fixing to be bucking. My name is Hunter Lovins. I am the president of Natural Capitalism Solutions. We and a whole host of other folk are honored to welcome you to what is badged as the first annual Regenerative Future Summit. And I say badged as because this is not exactly the first. This is part of an ongoing process, series, weird microphones, in between the two. Artem, you might want to turn down the gain a little bit. Oh, you need it for the recording. We'll just try and make it work. This began, I suppose, officially or unofficially, what, Bob, 5 years ago when the King of Bhutan invited a group of us to come to Bhutan, well, first of all to the UN, and thence to Bhutan, to see if we could take Bhutan's concept of gross national happiness and use that as the basis of international development policy. Like, wow, that sounded like a good idea. So Bob, Ida, Stuart, you guys want to come up? These are three of the folk who were part of making all of that happen. Out of that, we created a little organization called Alliance for Sustainability and Prosperity, ASAP. Cool, huh? And ASAP is a Bob and Ida are now from Australia. Stuart's from the UK. We had, how many nationalities do we have?
Between us?
The whole crew. Well, no, three here.
Three here. For about 7, 8.
7, 8 nationalities as part of ASAP. Then I ran into Dr. Michael Pearson. Michael, where are you at? Come on up. Michael is German, so another nationality added. Professor at Fordham, Michael and I started talking about how can we embed this stuff into universities, how can we spread it more broadly. Michael is the founder of a thing called the Humanistic Management Network. How many nations in yours?
I don't know, there's 7,000 people.
7,000 people, 30-odd, I think, at least. At least 30-odd. Universities around. Sandra, where are you at? Come on up. Sandra Waddock from Boston College is part of Michael's network, also part of Leading for Wellbeing. Michael was working with OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. They've got, what, 37 countries? Member countries. This is the Rich Countries Club. So a group of us went off to OECD this spring and got them actually to agree to start taking the concept of human well-being as an alternative to gross national product. Kind of amazing, yeah? This owes to work that Bob and Ida have been doing of alternatives to GDP, what's wrong with GDP, and owes back to the work we were doing with the King of Bhutan. Chris, come on up. And Donna.
Eventually, we're going to have the whole room.
Yeah. As a matter of fact, eventually we are going to have the whole room, and I'll explain that to you in a minute. We had a summit last May at Fordham University, Donna Morton, Dr. Chris Laszlo, and what did we have, 80-odd people. We then had another meeting in Tübingen, Germany at the Institute for Global Ethics, another 80-odd people, 16 countries. So you are now part of the family. Welcome to Regenerative Futures, Alliance for Sustainability and Prosperity, Leading for Well-Being Institute, or Humanistic Management Institute. And at one point, Chris and I got in a fight in Paris over who's running this thing. And I said, boys, we're arguing over who's captain of a rowboat. Nobody's running it. I'm sure not running it. You guys are running it. And the goal for the next 3 days, 2.5 days, is to bring coherence to this network of networks, to create coherence in a movement that already exists. Each of you are part of some other organization, and we need all of us. All of us are smarter than, stronger than, better than any of us, and that's what it's going to take. As we stand at the edge of a cliff, humanity could go away. Dr. Peter Turchin, University of Connecticut, humanity collapses within 10 years. These quotes that have been going around, Dr. Sylvia Earle, what we do in the next 10 years matters more than what humanity does in the next 10,000. We're up against it. Who's it? Winston Churchill said Americans can be counted on to do the right thing when they've exhausted all alternatives. We're getting kind of close. So, Chris, you want to tell us about the next in the series?
Sure. Thank you, Hunter. And I just want to say welcome to all of you. I think that the next few days are going to be a terrific opportunity for all of us to learn a emerging new narrative for business and society. But as I was reflecting on it, it's not just an opportunity to learn about this new narrative. I think in this process of telling and retelling this, we're actually recreating the world. And in that sense, what we do here and what we do after this conference in terms of continuing to share this narrative does shape the future. I just want to invite all of you to also consider coming to the 4th Global Forum for Business as an Agent of World Benefit. It's going to be in Cleveland, June 12 to 14. So next month, it's coming up soon. And really, we should look at all of these events together as a series of conversations, design efforts that amplify this new narrative in the world and that fundamentally are starting to shift the conversation about who we are as human beings and what is the role of business in society. Is it just to make profits and do less harm, or is it in fact an institution that's here to create prosperity for all, not just certain members of our government and related friends? And is it also an institution that's there to contribute to regeneration, a regenerative natural environment, and increasing human well-being? So again, welcome, and I would like to thank Hunter and all of you here for your leadership in this. And if you are interested in the Global Forum, there's also a little flyer outside on the table of books that describes it in more detail. Thank you.
Thanks, Chris. I'll be there in June. Michael will be there. A number of us will be there. Urge you strongly to consider coming to the next in the series. And inshallah, we'll be back here in a year, do it all over again. There are a lot of people who were responsible for making this happen. In particular, I want to thank KGNU. This is Boulder's radio station. Without KGNU, the world wouldn't be knowing what it is that we're doing here. They have a booth right out front. Really urge you to get a hold of them. They broadcast Boulder, Denver, Nederland, Fort Collins, and online at kgnu.org and afterfm.com. Get involved, become a sponsor. In this world, a lot of us are used to stuff for free. The radio comes to us for free. A lot of the great news services come to us for free. Let's start chipping in for those services that we depend on, yeah? So everybody go make a donation to KGNU. Thank them for being here. A lot of sponsors. About 2 weeks ago, we were looking at losing about $75,000 on this event. About a week ago, we were looking at losing $25,000. As of today, at least on paper, I think we're going to break even and maybe a little better. These events like this are exercises in faith. And so I'm grateful to all of you that you showed up. Thank you very much. In particular, I want to thank my staff, some of whom may be outside. Megan Altman has been responsible throughout all of this for holding it all together. Megan, you here? Thank Megan when you see her outside. Isabel Nessie, who worked with Megan. Isabel, you in here? They're all out working. AJ, you're at least here. In the back of the room, AJ Grossenbaum. Come on in, guys. Isabel, get in here. Grab Megan. Andrew Strait. Jeff Hohensee. Without the natural capitalists, this meeting would not have happened. And then a lot of other people came together to help. Had a chat with my friend Alex Bogusky. Alex, you here? Alex is going to pop up at some point. Who introduced us to Mark Eckert, who is standing over here. Mark is going to be our facilitator for the run of this. Now, why do we need a facilitator at a conference? Conferences, you come, you sit, we talk. This is not your grandma's conference. There are kind of two kinds of conferences now. They're the pay-to-play, where anybody who's standing on the podium has put in $10,000 to grab that spot. Not like that here. Nobody paid to come here. The other is you just have eminent people who lecture at you. You go, oh, that's very interesting. You go away and then nothing happens. This is not going to be like this. You're the conference. We're going to set the frame today. We will have on the podium people who have created the frameworks that we're now using when we talk about regenerative economy, about donut economics, about ecological economics. Stuart here was the founder for 20 years, ran New Economics Foundation. The word new economics was framed here. Throughout the rest of the 2 days, we'll have people coming up doing panels that are helping to frame the conversation, but the guts of this conference is you working. We have working groups. The working groups are structured around 3 different contact areas. One is some work that Michael, Chris, those of us in Leading for Wellbeing did last spring and at the May meeting. It's called the Meadows Memorandum. You should all have a copy of it. There are copies out front if you don't. This came out, and Stuart will talk a bit more later about how the Powell Memorandum came to be. If you haven't read the Powell Memorandum, go online, download it and read it, and prepare to be chilled, because it'll show you how we got into the trouble we're in now. It was very deliberately laid out by one man, executed by some people with a lot of money. And when Mr. Trump walked into the Oval Office, remember that deer in headlights look on his face, like, shit, I won. He was handed a playbook written by the Heritage Foundation, one of those institutions created after the Powell Memorandum. These guys are very powerful. They have an agenda, and it, I submit, is the agenda that is bringing humanity to the edge of a cliff. We believe a finer future is possible. And so John Fullerton, whom I'll call up next, Stuart Wallace, Anders Wigman from Club of Rome, Graham Maxton, are in the process of finishing a book called A Finer Future. in which we're going to describe how it is that humanity can avoid total system collapse. The bad news is not inherent. We can do better than that, and that's why you're here. So we have Jeff. How many working groups, Jeff? 20 working groups. Please sign up for one if you haven't already. Some of them are drawn from the Meadows Memorandum, and you'll be taking the work that we've done, deciding if you think it makes sense, rewriting it if it doesn't. Another 10 are projects that some of you have going on. One of them is, how do we build this network of networks, movement of movements? How do we make sure that what we do here in the next 2.5 days doesn't die then? You in? Yes. Let's go. Thank you, guys. Mark. I'm going to ask Mark to describe a little bit about the next couple of days, and then ask John up.
Great. Is this on? A little, maybe. A little bit. Well, hello, everyone. It's nice to meet you. And thank you for the introduction, Hunter. But I have to say that I've never been introduced as a facilitator in common. Oh, this isn't on? I'm getting crazy hands from the back. How about it?
Apologize.
Thank you very much.
This auditorium has just been redone, and we're working some bugs out.
That's the start.
Speaker here and there, so
Is this like the perfect zone? Okay. So as I was saying, I've been introduced as a facilitator many different ways, but never within the context of, this is not your grandmother's conference. So you didn't got that. But anyways, it's really a pleasure, and I'm excited to spend the next 3 days with you. I'm just going to kind of go over very quickly our thoughts and our ideas behind the process part of our time together. So today is mainly going to be focused on building relationships and deepening understanding of the subject matter. So there's going to be a number of talks, there'll be panel discussions, and then from there we're going to be breaking out into small groups, probably 2 rows gathering together for 30-minute conversations. So we're going to do 4 cycles of that. And at the end of the day, we'll synthesize what we discussed and the key concepts that we kind of surfaced as a result of those discussion groups. Then on days 2 and 3, we're going to actually roll up our sleeves and we're going to design and build. As Hunter mentioned, there's already some groups that have kind of formed, are going to be working on some specifics to the memorandums. Other groups will be taking form, and then there'll be probably some offshoots, something that kind of pops up in the middle of the moment, and a group will form around that. So I don't want to take a whole lot of time going into the nuts and bolts. I just want to say welcome and thank you for having me, and I look forward to the next 3 days. Thank you.
I said there are a lot of folk that made this possible. They include organizations like B-Lab. Kim Kupanis will be speaking tomorrow, the next day. Savory Institute. Kim, you here? Hey, Kim! These guys are reinventing business. Savory Institute, they're reinventing agriculture. Dan, you're here? Trey's here. Number of folk from Savory are here. Humanistic Management Network, Michael, Sandra, I've already mentioned. Futera, Freya. Oh, Freya's going to come in on Wednesday. One of the best marketers around. Fordham University, Michael's outfit. American Sustainable Business Council. Richard, you here? Richard Idland from ASCB. Case Western, that's Chris. Fowler Center for Business as an Agent of World Benefit. Leading for Wellbeing. Institute for the Built Environment. Josie is around here somewhere. Over here. Josie Platt, who will also be speaking. Ethical Markets Media. This is Hazel Henderson's outfit. And I want to give a nod to Hazel. A lot of people have forgotten. Much of what we talk about owes back to people like Bucky Fuller, E.F. Schumacher, Hazel Henderson. Hazel's still alive. So honors to Hazel. American Renewable Energy Day. Chip, you here? Chip Cummins will be with us shortly. American Renewable Energy Institute. It wouldn't have been possible without the Alliance for Sustainable Colorado, Sustainability Innovation Lab, and Natural Capitalism. Natural Capitalism Solutions. I'll tell you some more about our other sponsors. They're on the signage out front. Please thank them. They're why we have wine and beer for the reception tonight, and meals and snacks and coffee and tea and all kinds of great things like that. So please thank our sponsors. Without them, none of this would be possible. With that, it is my... This thing doesn't like it when I yell. Hello. It is my great pleasure to introduce... One more person you forgot to acknowledge. Who's that? You. No. Thank you, but really I'm the least of it. My staff really has done it all. I am deeply honored to introduce my friend John Fullerton. When we were doing the stuff with Bhutan, the king of Bhutan came up to me and said, "Hunter, your job is to reinvent the global economy." I was like, me? So I went around asking everybody I knew who was smarter than me. Asked a man named Rick Stuckey, who was teaching finance at the Bard MBA where I teach. Rick said, yeah, I'll help, but you don't want to talk to me, you want to talk to John Fullerton. John was 18 years at J.P. Morgan, helped invent their derivatives practice, managed that, private equity, commodities from Tokyo to London to Wall Street. In 2001, he walked away. Just said, there is something rotten here. And walked away to read for 6 years. His wife said he was clinically depressed. He said, I may have been. If he'd have done that in an academic context, he'd have had a couple PhDs. And then he started writing. And he read Bookie, read E.F. Schumacher, read Natural Capitalism, read Herman Daly. And then he started writing. Highly recommend you go to capitalinstitute.org and download, 1, his paper, Regenerative Capitalism, and 2, subscribe to his blog. It's when John and I met, we literally walked into each other at a Savory Institute meeting here in Boulder. I'd been looking for him and hadn't quite got around to finding him. And he walked up, said, "Hi, my name's John Fullerton. Rick Stuckey said we should talk." Like, well, howdy. So we started talking and have been working together ever since. He sent me a draft of Regenerative Capitalism. I read it on a trip to Germany and wrote him back and said, wow. Said, this is the best I've seen in 40-odd years of looking. So when we picked the name for this summit, it had to be regenerative. And this, I think, is, if you get nothing else out of these days, and you're going to get a lot, if you get nothing else, please try to grasp these concepts of what it means to be regenerative. With that, I give you John Fullerton.
It was better. I blew you up. Ooh, I don't like standing up here.
It's right over here. It should work here.
Okay. I'm actually going to need to be able to see that. Is that working okay? Good. So before I go over there, Hunter, thank you for the introduction, but also for the opportunity to lead this off. It's a real honor. Hunter's been a very close friend through this journey for me, and I just admire her tireless commitment to, as we say, saving the world. And pulling together a conference is not easy, as most of you know, and to organize this really is great for humanity, not just those of us in this room. So thank you. Hopefully that's going to work. So I want to dive right into this and tell you how I got to this. And as Hunter mentioned, I spent many years after Wall Street. I was like, "Do you want to fix me?"
Must be the polyester in my jacket. I spent years in a deep think mode because I read Limits to Growth, and I understood the implications of exponential growth on a finite planet, and I understood as a finance person that finance is organized around the exponential growth function and that it drives the economy, and that we were in this irreconcilable conflict between exponential growth in a finite planet. And it'd be easy to kind of get sort of into the happy talk of impact investing and ESG and make markets transparent and blah, blah, blah. And all of that work is really good work. But I was afraid. And I wanted to dig really deep and understand a honest foundation to be fearless from. And I discovered this idea of regenerative systems through my work with the Savory Institute. Is Danielle here? Danielle's here. So the Savory Institute, as you'll learn tomorrow, is involved in regenerative agriculture, a particular type of regenerative agriculture on the large landscapes, pastoral landscapes. And from my understanding of systems, it occurred to me that if holistic management of large landscapes is regenerative, and there are universal patterns and principles that govern the way the universe works, there was no reason why those same principles and patterns shouldn't be extended and applied to economy. And so I went about trying to figure out what that would look like. And the result of that, sort of the first result of that, was the paper that Hunter mentioned. And this is ongoing work, and this work is really building on the work of everyone that was standing on the stage and many, many others that are not here today. But think of it as a container. This is not instead of other ideas. It's a container that holds ideas, but importantly is grounded not in rules or models or tools, but is grounded in principles. And I think when we acknowledge that we're running the world on a system that is fundamentally flawed, we need to kind of pause and get back to first principles. And so that's what I've attempted to do, and I'm happy to say that that I've come out of it feeling quite hopeful, and I'm not quite sure I'm fearless yet, but I feel confident that there's actually a logical, scientific pathway forward. And the word regeneration has natural appeal, I think, to most people. Turns out it's actually a very rigorous scientific idea, as well as I would argue, a spiritual idea. And so I think it holds great promise. Now, before we get to the story, those of us sitting in the United States sometimes miss what's happening because our TVs are bombarded with other news. But the crisis, the refugee crisis, and this data actually extends beyond refugees to a concept the UN calls persons of concern. And something has changed, and it's accelerated in the last 10 years. And it's staggering that there are now 60 million people, more than 60 million people, that are persons of concern. And I think the refugee crisis is a sort of a leading indicator of this issue of collapse, because it encompasses all of the issues, from climate change to inequality to corruption to drought to terrorism, that are the issues that we need to be concerned about. And so the escalating slope of that curve is something that I think summarizes nicely the predicament we're in. And of course, a couple of years ago, a French economist named Thomas Piketty, I hope I pronounced that correctly, wrote a book that became a bestseller, sold millions of copies. It's 700 pages thick, about economics. And like most of you, if you have the book, you've probably not read it all. I haven't read it all, but I've read bits of it. But the basic idea is that it turns out that if you have capital, you get richer. And if you don't have capital, and if you're in debt, you don't get richer. And that you compound that forward over hundreds of years, and you're going to have a very unequal society. And it's documented with pages and pages of data. So we're at a moment where our fundamental economic model has come into question. We've got accelerating consequences of that I think the refugee data is probably one good indicator to understand it. And on top of that, we sit at this moment in time that's never happened before. The idea that we've entered a new ecological era that I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, are very familiar with. But that's reason enough to pause and think seriously and not race into, I got to find my solutions because I've got a deadline and quarterly earnings, whatever the current context is. This is we should pause for years and get this right, and in my mind, get back to first principles. So I'm going to torture you a little bit and go into theory. And most people don't like to talk about theory and want to get into action. And I think one of the reasons we're stuck is that we've rushed too quickly into action without getting clear about theory. And theory, thank you. Theory may be sort of unnecessary when the world is working reasonably well, but when the world is racing toward a cliff, I think we need to pause and think about theory. And this is Woody Tash here, by the way? I know he's coming. I stole this from Woody, so I have to give him. So since he's not here, I won't even admit it. But this is kind of the theory that we run the world on. And in case you can't read it, it says corporate leaders gather, it should say corporate leaders and financiers gather in a field outside Darien, Connecticut. That's not far from where I live, but I don't live in Darien. Where one of them claims to have seen the invisible hand of the marketplace. And so if you think about it, on the one hand it's funny, but on the other hand it's not funny. Because think about what we've been doing for 25 years in the kind of corporate sustainability space. We've assumed that markets are the best model, and therefore the only problem is that markets are imperfect. So we need to complete markets, that's an economics term, market completion, and we need to make markets more transparent, more accurate. But we never question whether markets are a tool that can solve the problems we have. So we are without thinking about it, we are hostage to the idea that markets provide, that markets are the theory is that markets provide the solutions we need. And of course, markets are great for many, many things, but they're terrible at figuring out how to adjust behavior for something on a multi-decade time frame like climate change. And the other thing we do is we assume that GDP growth leads to prosperity. And there's been obviously books and books, and Bob and others here have done lots and lots of work in this. One thing we need to remember is the guy that invented the GNP indicator himself, who won a Nobel Prize for it, talk about a reductionist idea that didn't deserve a Nobel Prize. He himself warned that this should not be used as a measure of national well-being. So I would argue we're lost. It turns out that that economics, modern economics, is rooted in classical physics. And then it took this leap and jumped into a reliance on statistics because the world is an uncertain place. Well, it turns out the scientists who actually study the way the world actually works would say that most of the world is neither single cause and effect items, which was our 400-year-old understanding of physics, nor is it disconnected items like the probability of rolling a 7 or a 4 on a dice is unrelated to the last time you rolled the dice. It turns out most of the world is organized complexity with intertwined causes. And we now know this intuitively. Everything's connected to everything. That's an idea that comes from our religious understanding as well as modern physics. But the reality is that our economics and finance models presume the world is disconnected. And all of the models that we use to run economies and to do policy are based on what's called econometrics, which is classic statistics. It can't possibly get us to the answers we want. And in case you need proof of that, go to the long-term capital management blow-up in 1998, which is how I met Rick Stuckey, or go to the financial crisis in 2008. in our lifetimes, there's been two very clear examples of why these ideas are flawed, which doesn't mean that they're not useful tools, but they're not models of reality. So I would argue we need to, again, get back to first principles and rethink how to understand how an economy works. And this is where the holistic management that I learned through Alan Savory and his team at Savory Institute comes in. I believe we're in this shift, and this is going to not sound new to many of you, but we're in this shift from kind of a 400-year-old reductionist way of solving problems, break things that are complicated down to their simple parts and understand them, and shifting into this more holistic or networked way to think about complex problems and complexity itself. And this is happening in all domains of knowledge. So for example, the modern medical paradigm is a very reductionist paradigm. If you have cancer, we'll study those cancer cells and try to understand how we could invent a medication to kill the cancer cells. If you take a holistic approach, you understand that your healthy immune system is your greatest asset to never get cancer in the first place. And we know now how to invest in our immune system. So a more integrated approach, or essentially figure out what we need to do to not get cancer in the first place is the new future in my knowledge of fighting cancer, even though the cancer industry and the cancer research is all focusing on trying to solve the problem, which is really a symptom of failure in our immune system, which has more to do with our lifestyle, the food we eat, and whatnot. And you're surprised if we eat toxins, we're getting cancer. I mean, it doesn't take a genius to figure this out. But this is happening in education. This idea of transdisciplinary education is now rising, and it's hard to do, but it's definitely the new idea. In business, it's well understood that shareholder value now is a flawed idea, even though 99% of the public companies on the planet still optimize shareholder value. And there's ideas about integrated value that's changing this. And even business models, not sort of theory, but business models like Amazon and Walmart, which are very reductionist and extractive, are being supplanted by newcomers like Alibaba. And if you want to be inspired, go listen to Jack Ma give a talk. Particularly, he did one at World Economic Forum, where he talked about Alibaba as a platform in service of its constituent partners, as opposed to, say, an Amazon, which you would think Alibaba is kind of like Amazon, but Amazon is very much about owning and controlling and extracting value and dominating. It's a very old paradigm business model, even though he's seen as a modern technologist. And by the way, Bezos came from Wall Street, no surprise. So I think this is kind of really big news, that we're in the midst of a very profound shift from what we call the modern era to a new era that some people are now calling the integral era. And so this is a once in 400-year shift that I'm talking about. And we don't think in 400-year timeframes, right? And of course, this isn't the first time we've shifted eras. So it's happened before. There's no reason why it can't happen again. It shifted from the medieval era, and when the scientific revolution happened, we shifted from a sort of a God's designed, church-dominated era to a scientific era. And now I think the reason it feels so chaotic is we're in the midst of another great shift like this. And so let me just review a little bit how that went. The Pope, this is Pope Paul V, felt very threatened by Copernicus and Galileo suggesting that the Earth's not the center of the universe, because if the Earth isn't at the center of the universe, it kind of conflicts with their understanding of the Scripture. And so the church's, in a sense, dominant role, power role in culture was very threatened. So, Galileo was told to stop saying that the Earth stands at, that the sun is at the center of the universe. He spent many years of an uncomfortable life. And of course, the Pope couldn't stop the scientific revolution from happening. We had this massive outpouring of energy and empowerment, and led to the Enlightenment and creative outpouring. And we got all the way to the roughly present time. Notice the red tie, where the new church is really the Church of Economics. And I'm not meaning to pick on poor Alan Greenspan, and he's not poor. But I use him as a metaphor for the Church of Economics. And he said, and this is his quote after the financial collapse, that the whole intellectual edifice of the modern financial risk management paradigm collapsed last summer. So even the Pope of economics has acknowledged that the intellectual, not that we made a mistake and it went wrong, but that the intellectual framework collapsed, meaning we're lost. And I would argue we still haven't figured out a replacement for it. But in the ultimate irony of modern times, we get a new pope, and here's what he writes. We urgently need a humanism capable of bringing together the different fields of knowledge, again, transdisciplinary, including economics, in the service of a more integral and integrating vision. Now, when I read that, I had actually just put out this paper. And so, in a sense, I've been working for years trying to come up with, the 1.0 version of a pathway forward. And then the Pope, of all people on planet Earth, issues a call for essentially this integrating vision of an economic system. Now, this is by far not perfect, but when I read that, when I read the Pope's encyclical, and if you haven't read it, I highly urge you. It's a beautiful document, very well written. I'm not Catholic. This has nothing to do with religion. He understands the science and the connection of science and spirit and this need for a shift to an integral vision. So, economics for an integral age is another way to think about what regenerative economics is. And the idea here really is quite simple. It's that modern science understands a tremendous amount about the way the universe actually works, the physical universe actually works. And this is relatively new science, meaning in the last 50 years. So the science that my kids are taught in high school and even in college is often not updated for this more integral science. So that's a problem. But there is an immense amount of new understanding that is integral in the scientific community. And amazingly, it's largely, at the high level, highly aligned with our wisdom traditions, indigenous, Eastern, and Western. So the hypothesis is that either the science, which increasingly agrees with the wisdom, is relevant to the human economy, and the human economy better shift it to be in accordance with those principles and patterns, or someone needs to make the case why the human economy is the one exception to the rule, that all systems on the universe operate in accordance with these principles and patterns. And my fear moved to fearlessness when I saw a pathway that, yes, our economy could actually align with these principles. And so what are the chances that I happened to live at the time that humanity went off the cliff and blew up in smoke? But we have a profound shift to make, which is far greater than I think most of us, even in these sustainability conversations, have yet to comprehend. So everyone always asks me, so what does regenerative economics mean? And by the way, you'll see I'm using the word economics now rather than capitalism. And this is not about capitalism versus socialism. This is not about free markets or governments. And by the way, we also need a common sector if we're going to have that debate. This is bigger than that. This is a framework that we need to apply whether we want a big government sector or a small government sector, and whether we want markets to do more stuff or less stuff. Irregardless of the answer to that, and those debates I think go on and will go on forever, what we need to do is be having those debates around a different framework than we have right now, which is a regenerative framework. And so my colleagues and I at the Capital Institute, we debate all the time, but our current best definition of regenerative economics is the application of nature's laws and patterns, and the patterns are key, laws and patterns of systemic health, self-renewal, and regenerative vitality to socio-economic systems. I don't know if that tells you what it is, but that's a short definition. And now I'm going to try to explain a little bit about what that means. So the first cool thing is that there are, in a sense, there's a hierarchy of systems or understanding in the real world that starts at the level of energy. Energy equals matter. Thank you, Mr. Einstein. And energy, everything is energy. This is energy. We're all energy. The economy is energy. And so there are rules of energy flow, like systems only change in response to pressure. Those rules apply all the way up, from the non-living energy matter level to the living systems, non-human, to human living systems, and even to consciousness. The people that understand consciousness, I'm not one of them, talk about consciousness as energy. So one of the rules and patterns is that what's true about energy matter has to be true all the way up, including has to apply to the human economy. There are other qualities of each of these layers that are unique to those layers. So consciousness is not all energy, even though energy is consciousness, or I said that the wrong way around. There are things about non-living human systems, like metabolism, that apply to human living systems and economies. But there are things about humans, like trust and other values that are innately human, that obviously don't apply to bugs and deer and grass. But the idea is that there are universal principles and patterns that apply all the way up, or that apply from a certain level up. And the idea of a regenerative economy is that those patterns and principles describe systems that have lasted for long periods of time in the real world. So why don't we think about applying them to our human economy? And if we do that, in the paper I wrote about 8 principles. And of course no one wants to hear about 8 principles. There's too many. But it's impossible to try to describe something that's inherently complex in as few as even 8 principles, much less fewer. And through the work of my science colleagues, we have a group called Research Alliance for Regenerative Economics. We've actually reduced the principles into 4 basic elements. And we could talk about each one of these for a long period of time, but this is a way to kind of grasp this at a high level. Well, let me start with structure. So we rarely talk about structure when we talk about economies. And what I mean by that is the combination of big, medium, and small enterprises. But if you think about, a tree, or if you think about your cardiovascular system, or you think about a bolt of lightning, lightning is non-living. They all have what's called a fractal pattern, where there's a large piece, a bunch of branches, and then a bunch of twigs, essentially. And that's how energy gets dispersed efficiently. So it turns out that structure is critical for any system, living and non-living system. And so that tells us something different about, for example, the banking system. Do we need just little banks? No. Do we want just big monster banks? No. There's this relationship, a fractal relationship between a few large, many more medium, and then a bunch of small that actually can circulate, and this gets to the circulation point. Effective circulation requires these fractal patterns. So if an economy is metabolizing material and information and money, it can be enhanced if the structure looks like fractal. Other aspects of structure are balance. Starting with sort of a balance of masculine and feminine, but also a balance of efficiency and resiliency. There's lots of aspects of balance that your yoga teacher can teach us, but that are missing from our modern economic system. So structure and circulation really go very nicely together. And circulation, of course, is where the whole circular economy piece fits in. We need to have efficient circulation of materials when part of the key of circulation is we can't put waste into the system because it's all connected. The ecological economics framework made a huge advance, which Bob Costanza is one of the co-creators of, made a huge advance when it understood that the human economy is embedded in the biosphere. It's not apart from the biosphere. So once we know that's true, we have to know that we can't put unlimited amounts of CO2 in the atmosphere and think it's not going to come back to bite us. So robust circulation, healthy inputs into the system, and healthy outputs in the system are what we mean by circulation. And then the relationships and learning piece. Relationships are at the heart of any healthy system. And that's true. It's true at the level of our planet. The relationship between planet Earth and the sun is a perfect relationship, or we wouldn't be sitting here. And it's true at a very micro level. The relationship between two molecules of hydrogen and one molecule of oxygen in the right relationship creates water, which is the basis of all life. The relationship between our cells are essential. If you get cancer, it's because the relationship at a cellular level breaks down, the communication breaks down. And yet, what have we done in our economy? The pursuit of capital market efficiency has severed the relationship between owners and companies. And we wonder why companies can't be regenerative or sustainable. So I would argue that getting clear about healthy relationships and looking at our economy and seeing where those relationships are healthy and where they're not, and importantly, looking at the relationships at the edges where one system or one type of enterprise, like the private sector and the public sector, or the common sector and the private sector, those edges are in relationship with each other, and those need to be nourished and need to be healthy. And then finally, it's about learning. The unique thing about humans compared to other living systems is we learn incredibly fast. We don't have to learn through generations of DNA transfer. We learn in real time while we're alive. And that's the key to remain hopeful here, is that we're not sort of static. We actually can change. And the science shows us that learning in relationships is the key to really break out and new thinking. And of course, that's this idea of collaboration. So we all know we need to collaborate more, and yet the science backs that up and says that learning relationships are the key to healthy living systems. And here's the punchline. We can't anticipate all of the potential out there in our kind of limited linear brains. But if these patterns and principles actually work, then we can tap into the potential that actually exists that we don't yet understand. And so it's not a linear, we need to take this much carbon out of the atmosphere, we need to make inequality this much better. It's like once this happens, the magic starts. And if you think about, for example, the internet, which is a network, think about what's been made possible as a result of the internet being invented, that no one anticipated even 10 years after the internet was in existence. And so my reason for hope is that if we can shift the economy more in alignment with these patterns and principles, lots and lots of potential will be unleashed that we don't know yet exists. And that's true for us as individuals as well, right? I mean, our regenerative ability as human beings gets unlocked, and we start doing things we never imagined we'd be doing. I certainly am a case in point. When I was sitting on Wall Street, I had no idea I'd be talking about regenerative economies. So I hope that gives you some sense of what I see as the kind of core patterns and principles. Another way to think about this is that most of the sustainability work has been moving from our conventional degenerative mechanistic design on the left, and we start moving toward this, what Ray Anderson called Mount Sustainability. We slowly but surely do things less badly. And that's key. I'm not here to ridicule that. Thank God we're doing that. But I would argue that to become sustainable is really an outcome of a process, of a regenerative process. And so if we can shift our process to holistic thinking and natural system design aligned with the patterns and principles, the outcome will be sustainable, but we'll actually be in this regenerative, very dynamic mode in order for the outcome to be sustainable. Now, if that makes sense, and you start to think about it, it has profound implications for pretty much everything that has to do with economic systems, economic policy, corporations, finance, et cetera. And so, for example, we need outcomes other than GDP. We know that. I will argue we need outcomes measures as well as intrinsic measures of health. Like when you go to the doctor, you measure your blood, they measure your blood pressure, not because you care about blood pressure per se, but because that's an intrinsic indicator of health or lack of health. This issue of inequality is obviously a huge issue, but it's not a question of, we have just some moral obligation to deal with inequality. The empowered participation of all parts of a system are essential to the health of the system. So even if you're rich, you're going to be, and this, by the way, is backed up by research, even if you are rich and live in a rich country, if the system has massive injustice and inequality, the health of the whole system deteriorates as a result of it. So you have to care, even if you have no moral reason to care, about some balance of having all parts of the system empowered to participate and contribute to the system. The shareholder value paradigm is fatally flawed. Modern portfolio theory, the basic way that money is managed, is called modern portfolio theory. It's built on the same flawed statistics. The idea of an internal rate of return presumes that you can externalize everything other than the financial aspects of an investment project. That requires rethinking. Regulation. We have a largely kind of rules-driven regulation that's grounded in our ideology of free markets, blah, blah, blah. Well, if this structure of the system matters, then we need to have principles that guide regulation of industry, not just rules. And those principles will essentially radically shift the way we think about large, dominant, powerful enterprises that are extracting from, essentially the middle and lower layers of the economy. And it's not just antitrust. The argument behind antitrust is, well, we need a competitive free market. Again, ideology. It's not, we need a fractal structure where the powerful need to be in service of the whole, or else they need to be essentially changed through policy. The speculation of financial markets. Speculation is inherently a win-lose proposition. If I buy IBM and you sell IBM and the stock goes up, I win, you lose. The financial markets have become a speculative casino in violation of the core principles of regenerative systems. I would argue that 2/3 of financial capital market activity is in violation of these principles and needs to be either taxed or regulated away. That will free up huge amounts of capital to invest in more productive reasons or productive opportunities. And on and on and on, fiscal policy, monetary policy. And at the heart of it, and here's sort of looking at this through the lens of a finance guy, it kind of boils down to finance needs to fundamentally rethink its purpose and its role in a healthy economy. And this is kind of the way it looks to a finance person, right? And to an economist. Those with the money sort of allocate capital, and we do that in a way that essentially treats the planet as natural resources, treats humans as natural resources, pulls it all together in such a way that optimizes the return to financial capital, as if the goal is to return maximum return to financial capital. Well, that made some sense 200 years ago when financial capital was scarce and we were trying to mobilize enterprise. But now, ecological capital is scarce and human capital is getting extracted. And so, it doesn't take a genius to figure this out. We actually need to figure out how to put finance in a place of service to a real economy, which is understood to be embedded in the planet. And I think the key to doing this is coming up, of course, we know we need to measure stuff, we need to use data, we need to use modern. This is not just kind of a metaphor. We need to actually be able to manage and operate this way. And my colleagues within this research enterprise I mentioned earlier have come up with essentially 3 categories of intrinsic measures that relate to the core elements. One is the flow or circulation piece. One is the structural factors that I talked about earlier. And then the other is, for lack of a better term, we call them cultural factors. But we're on to, we actually have now developed these measures and believe they're good indicators about whether an economy is regenerative or not. But more importantly, that we set a baseline and then we can measure over periods of time whether an economy is becoming more regenerative. And the idea of that is that if these indicators move in the right direction, the outcomes we actually care about should improve as well. So here's where it gets even harder. We organize the world by nation states and corporations, but it turns out that these regenerative principles operate, in real contexts around real places, real regions, real bioregions, real cities where people really live. And corporations now transcend across many, many of those. And nation states are somewhat arbitrary lines that are not aligned with how people live. In the United States, the South is very different from the West Coast. And so we need to do all this, in a sense, redesigning the unit of analysis that we're thinking about regenerative economies. So here's where local economy comes in. Local economy is not the answer, as if there's never such a thing as a global economy. But local economy or regional economy or bioregional economy is where the traction happens, where the rubber meets the road, where human relationships actually exist, where trust needs to be built or rebuilt. And we were up in Buffalo a couple of weeks ago launching a regenerative Buffalo workshop, and I just borrowed this visual from them. But you can define these in tight circles or medium circles or even broad circles. And the bioregion around Buffalo actually includes Toronto. So it crosses national boundaries, and it's linked together largely by the history of Niagara Falls and the canals that commerce and whatnot used to flow through here. And that's sort of the common denominator of that place. Boulder has a very different story about its common denominator and its culture. And so imagine sort of where I see this work going. And we're doing another initiative in a town called Tottenville, which is on the south end of Staten Island, which is really kind of forgotten Trump country. It's probably 90% Trump voters, mostly white, mostly had their local economy extracted and destroyed, and are very, very cynical about the future. And there's this new post-Hurricane Sandy investment happening offshore to create these big green ecosystem services. And that was going to happen with no connection to the community in Tottenville. And so what we're trying to do is link that big investment to regenerative design in Tottenville. But the idea here is, imagine there being these place-based, place-sourced, as our friends at Regenerative like to say, initiatives that are happening at the regional level, bioregional level, not community fine, but ideally at the regional level, that are knitted together with shared learning, shared approach to metrics, benchmarking. So we know that Boulder has a regenerative index of 44, and Buffalo has a regenerative index of 34, and there's learning between those two. And suddenly we connect these together, and there's 5, and there's 10, and there's 50, and there's 100 regenerative economies happening at this place-based level, connected together so learning happens fast. That, I think, is how this new economy will rise up. And suddenly, it'll be in the news. The new economy will be the story. It won't be these invisible one-off projects as opposed to the dominance of the big corporate paradigm. So that's sort of where I believe this is heading. It's the rest of our lifetime and work. This is not a new idea. Jane Jacobs was on to the exact same science 50 years ago, where she said it's not how big you grow, it's how you grow big. So I hope that's useful and helpful and provides some context for the rest of the 3 days.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And we're going to do it here. One of the working groups is Pete Dignan right here. Brian Weinberg, where are you at? Here. Some other folk are going to be leading one of the working groups on how do we do this kind of stuff here. Now we're going to get started with your work. Mark?
Yes. Is this on?
Just assume it and go with it.
This is going to be the This On Summit. All right. Welcome back. Okay. John, amazing. Just blew my mind. Blew my mind. Okay. Maybe I turn this off. Let me try it this way. No? Okay. 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 Now we're going to go.
You can't stand right under these speakers.
1, 2, pizza, sausages. Okay. Okay. It's going to be hard for me to stay grounded, but I will. So we are going to move into our discussion groups now. The way we're going to do that is we're going to pair you in rows. So 2 rows are going to work together or converse together for 30 minutes. I've got a little cheat sheet here, but basically you're going to be self-organizing. There's going to be a facilitator that we need to identify, a scribe, and a timekeeper. So we stay on track to the best of our ability. So what you're going to be discussing is obviously the talk that we just heard. And the idea is just to pull out key ideas, interesting threads, things that blew your mind or just shifted your thinking immediately. And just kind of start deepening the knowledge and connecting and sharing and just kind of wrapping it all up. Make sense? Okay, great. Now this is going to be interesting. Again, 2 rows together. See if we can get the front row to flip and model how we're going to do this right here. So this is perfect. All right. So this row is going to flip. You guys are going to flip. This row here is going to flip. And you guys will flip. You're going to flip back. Hello? Hey, everyone. I was just coming around. 5 more minutes, everyone. You're doing great. 5 minutes. Good work, everyone. Let's begin wrapping it up. Take about 1 more minute to wrap up your conversations, capture those thoughts. 1 more minute. Okay, let's bring those conversations to a conclusion. Good work, everyone. Yep, turn the... Let's wrap it up. Turn the chairs around for our next speaker, Kate. Okay, let's conclude those conversations. We're going to go. Okay, let's get those chairs rearranged to get ready for our next speaker. Kate's coming up. Grab a seat. Okay. If you can hear me, let me see hands up. Can everybody hear me? Hands up if you can hear me. Hands up. Yes! You are official chimer for the remainder. Hands up if you can hear me, please. We need to move into our next segment. Great. Thank you. Good work. So if you've taken notes, your scribe, just hang on to them. At the end of the day, we'll collect notes. Okay? Good work. Over to you, Hunter.
Now I have a microphone that works. Scribes, what you wrote down is golden. Please make sure that we get it. I was once at a Clinton Global Initiative meeting, was sitting with Nikki Gavron, the Deputy Lord Mayor of London, with Ray Anderson, with Rick Fedrizzi, with some of the big names in this whole movement. And I said, is this stuff being recorded? Oh, yes, we have your scribe here dutifully typing it into the computer. I said, and we can get all of this. Oh, yes, no problem. That it was all going to go to the back of the room, it was all going to get compiled, and then it was going to be reported out. The report out was, we need green buildings. I said, can I please get the raw notes? Oh, no, we deleted them all. I've never been back to Clinton Global. I won't. And I promise you what you are writing down will not get deleted if you get it to us. So please, scribes, what you're doing is critically important. We need the concepts from everybody. Please be sure to get your material to us. when we were thinking about who to have come and begin to set the framework for a regenerative economy, it was immediately obvious. I wanted John. I wanted John to have what barrel racers call top of the ground, the first run at the ground. But my second thought was, I want Kate. Kate Raworth was at Oxfam, the great international organization doing development work, then at Oxford teaching, where you still teach, yeah? Professor at Oxford. But to my mind, one of the seminal best thinkers in what's wrong with economics today and what we ought to be doing about it. How do we rewrite economics so that it makes sense? And so I wrote to Kate and said, any chance, please, you could come all the way from the UK? And she said, well, I'm in the US anyway doing a book tour for my new book, Donut Economics. Would I be willing to write a blurb for it? Yes, I'd be honored. And so, from the luck of your publisher, we have Kate Raworth with us, all the way from Oxford. Well, just more recently from the World Bank, where she was teaching the World Bank how to have economics that make any sense. So I'm going to shut up and give you Kate.
Thank you, Hunter. Thank you very much. Thank you. First, find a safe place to stand. Okay, thank you very much, Hunter. And hello, I'm absolutely delighted to be here. I am sincerely honored to be part of this, to be introduced by Hunter, to follow John. And I'm really, really excited about what we're doing here, because this is what I've committed my life to doing, as I know many people in the room have committed their lives to doing. So who the heck am I, this woman from England? I went to university to study economics 25 years ago. And I was really frustrated by what I was taught, because I wanted to change the world. I mean, who wouldn't? And everything that I cared about, like social justice, like environmental integrity, was pushed to the margins of the theory. So I walked away from economics, too embarrassed ever to call myself an economist, because who'd want to admit to being that? And so I immersed myself in real-world challenges. I worked 3 years in the villages of Zanzibar, 4 years at the UN, a decade with Oxfam. I had twins. Immerse myself in the care economy, from which there is no going back. And I realized you can't walk away from economics, because it frames the world we live in. It's the mother tongue of public policy. And so I decided it was time to walk back towards economics and flip it on its head. And what if we could rewrite economics so that it actually started to help create the world we want? And that's what I've spent the last 3 years doing, writing this book, and it's been a privilege. I've been supported by the Candida Fund, which enabled me to really focus on writing this book and to be here. So let me kick off with a quote that hugely has inspired me, and I know inspires many people here. Bucky Fuller: "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete. Sometimes the best form of protest is to propose something." And so I set out to draw a picture of the world that we want to create. What would that look like? And here it is. It's a donut. And I hope you've all got this little 2-pager on your chairs. So in the middle of that donut, in the hole, is a place where people are falling short on life's essentials, be it food, health, education, decent housing, energy, jobs, income. And we want to get everybody in the world out of that hole. Those 12 social priorities are actually the 12 social priorities set out in the Global Sustainable Development Goals. So I've crowdsourced them from the world's governments. You could say they're the most contemporary expression by humanity of what we commonly agree are the minimum standards for human well-being. So we want to get everybody out of that shortfall in the middle and into the donut itself. But we cannot overshoot the outer crust of the donut, because there we are putting so much pressure on our living planet that we start to kick it out of kilter, causing climate change, chemical pollution, biodiversity loss, air pollution, ozone depletion. We begin to challenge the fundamental Earth life-giving systems on which we all fundamentally depend. And these 9 Earth system processes are the 9 planetary boundaries created by Earth system scientists such as Johan Rockström and Will Steffen in 2009. So it's the latest expression of how we understand our planet operates and how it depends upon these critical systems for staying in the extraordinary balance that's been so benevolent to humanity for the last 11,000 years. So, here's a possible compass for the 21st century. How do we meet the needs of all within the means of the planet? How do we get everybody out of that space of shortfall without going into overshoot? Well, if you have a compass, the first thing you need to know is where's the needle pointing? And the needle's pointing, it's not surprising, but it's quite challenging to look at. Because today, many millions of people still live in that space of shortfall. 11% of people in the world don't have enough food to eat. 9% of people have only dirty water to drink and clean with every day. 32% of people don't have access to improved sanitation. They don't have a basic toilet to use. So there's massive shortfall in countries rich and poor. And yet we've already overshot at least 4 planetary boundaries. The ecological ceiling for climate change is 350 parts per million of carbon dioxide. Last month we went over 410 parts per million. We're also over on excessive fertilizer use, nitrogen and phosphorus loading, on land conversion, on biodiversity loss. And we don't even know where we are on chemical and air pollution. We could be over those too. So I think this is our challenge of the century. How do we meet the needs of all within the means of the planet? Because right now we're going to go down as the era of reckless overshoot. That is how history will remember us. Can we turn that legacy around? Can we actually become remembered by our great-great-grandchildren as the generation that started to put humanity on track for thriving, in balance, in prosperity together? That, I think, is our generational question. I'm excited, because this is challenging and pretty depressing, I'm excited when people come to me with solutions they're already creating. So I was contacted recently by some land developers, some urban developers in Stockholm. They said, we're creating a new suburb of Stockholm about 15 minutes by train from downtown. And we love this donut because we're using it as a blueprint for the place we're creating. How can we meet the needs of all the inhabitants in this new district for food, health, education, schools, transport, energy, jobs, within the means of the planet, was respecting the ecosystem in which we're embedding this community. And they've just had a meeting this past week to start developing what would it look like to do this. I was also contacted by a group in South Africa who said, we're revisioning the future of our town called Kokstad, the fastest growing town in KwaZulu-Natal. And they got together with the municipality and the youth, and they used the donut to start envisaging what kind of future do we want to create and design for our town. And the youth of the town said, we want to add something into that social foundation. They added in fun. Because they said, it's got to be fun transforming your economy, right? So I'm excited because I think some of these people are the 21st century designers of the future, creating, as John was saying, creating specific places. This future is beginning to emerge. But I'll tell you what makes me angry. It's when you go to one of these places. Department of Economics. Who in the room has ever studied just at least a little bit of economics? Oh my God, I feel your pain. Okay, so we've all been there, and maybe some of your children are going there now or thinking of going there now. So what are they learning? Here's the problem. The students of today who are studying economics because they want to change the world, they're the policymakers of 2050. But they are being taught economics from the textbooks of 1950 based on the theories of 1850. And given the challenges of the 21st century, from climate change to extreme inequality to repeated financial crash, this is shaping up to be a disaster. We know that we need a new economic story. And I profoundly believe that, but I want to say one thing additional to that. Yes, we need a new story, but don't forget that the most powerful stories are the ones told with pictures. From your childhood favorites, to the stories of creation, to the stories we tell ourselves of how the modern world works. Pictures are powerful, not just because they're memorable, but because they can be paradigm changing. Copernicus knew that, and John's already talked about this. Copernicus knew that because in the 1500s, he watched the motion of the planets, and he knew that Ptolemy, whose diagram put Earth unmoving at the center of the known universe, Copernicus knew that Ptolemy had it all wrong. But Copernicus waited until he was on his deathbed before he dared to publish his picture, because he knew that by putting the sun, not Earth, at the center of that diagram, he was questioning papal power, upending church doctrine, and challenging man's place in the universe. So it's extraordinary what havoc a few concentric circles can unleash. So we should think very carefully then about the diagrams that we allow professors to put into our heads when we study economics, and when our children go off to university to study economics. Because I believe that these diagrams are framing our thinking in the most dangerous way, because it is in no way equipped for the 21st century. And I think we need to take a little tour of these, because these diagrams wordlessly whisper to us answers to some of the most profound questions in economics that never actually get asked in class. Questions like, what is the economy? And what is it for? And how does it work? And who are we? So let's answer those questions, and I'm going to give you a whirlwind tour of those questions. There could be no better guide than this man, Paul Samuelson. He taught at MIT in the 1940s, and he wrote the world's first and most powerful and authoritative textbook called Economics. And it was the biggest selling textbook on all subjects across all American campuses for decades. Now today, professors in economics don't get many points for writing textbooks, not seen as a highly rated thing. But Samuelson knew the power. As he said, I don't care who writes a nation's laws or crafts its advanced treaties, so long as I can write its economics textbooks. I like what he said next. The first lick is the privileged one, impinging on the beginner's tabula rasa at its most impressionable state. So watch out, because Paul Samuelson thinks your mind is a blank slate and he wants to lick it. And of course he already has licked it, whether you studied economics or not, because his diagrams have framed the way we think about the world. So when Samuelson sat down in the 1940s to draw a picture of the economy, and he was teaching engineering students at MIT, so he made it easy for them to get. He drew it looking like a radiator system. And you've got water flowing around and round as income for business and public, public we would call households. So the money flows round and round, and consumption turns into wages, turns into consumption. This diagram has changed since the 1940s, but only a little bit. Today, it's drawn like that, and we call it the circular flow of income, and it is the biggest diagram of the economy that any mainstream economics professor can show you. So the essential relationship is between households and business. That's the market relationship where labor gets turned into wages, and income, good consumer spending turns into goods and services, and so it goes round and round in the market. And then there's some leakages come off through banks, but it comes back in as investment, through governments, it comes back in as spending, through trade, it comes back in from exports. That is not actually how banking worked, and this diagram is a lot of the reason why we had a financial crash, but that's another story. This diagram is the most powerful diagram that tells us what the economy is. But oh, the blank spaces. Absolutely no mention of the living world. No mention of the materials and the energy and the matter that gets drawn into the economy every day and spewed out as waste and pollution. No mention of the unpaid caring work of parents, all that cooking, washing, sweeping, cleaning up and doing all over again for the children. That creates labor, fresh and ready for work every day. No mention of the commons, that place where people get together and self-organize without the market, without the state, and create things that they value. Well, if you ignore the living world, you ignore the unpaid care economy, you ignore the commons, you're missing the fundamental sources of our well-being in some of the most dynamic areas of the economy today. And these blank spaces come back to bite us. If Samuelson got to define what the economy is, what about who we are? Well, that, of course, goes back to Adam Smith. But Smith had a nuanced portrait. He got a bad deal in history because Smith knew that self-interest is important for making markets work, but our interest in others is important for making society work. And he celebrated our sense of justice and common purpose and our generosity and our public spirit. But that nuance gets in the way of modeling. So when later economists came on, like John Stuart Mill, they picked out just that trait of self-interest for economic man. And they said, we just treat man here as a being who desires to get wealth. And they gave him the attributes additionally. In fact, if he was drawn in a textbook, because he's never actually drawn in a textbook, but if he was, he'd have to look something like that. It's a man standing alone, money in his hand, ego in his heart, a calculator in his head, nature at his feet. He hates work, he loves luxury, and he knows the price of everything. Sounds familiar. It's actually, chimpanzees fit this very closely. Really, studies show that this is just quite a good portrait of chimpanzees, but not us. The absurd thing about this picture is not just how absurdly narrow it is, though. The really worrying thing is what looking at him does to us. And this was probably the most fascinating thing I learned in researching for my book, because on being told that he is like us, we actually become more like him. Researchers have found in the US and in Israel that the more that economic students learn about rational economic man, the more self-interested they become, and the less they value traits like altruism and compassion. So who we tell ourselves we are shapes who we become. That's an extraordinary importance and a responsibility for any discipline, economics or otherwise, that sets out to tell us who we are. Because there's going to be more than 10 billion of us on this planet this century, and if we continue to conduct and imagine and justify ourselves as rational economic man, we stand very little chance of thriving together. What began as a model of man has turned into a model for man. How many times have you heard someone say, but that isn't rational. The way you're behaving isn't rational. Perhaps it's not, perhaps it's human. What about how the economy works? And John has already talked to some of this. Well, in the 1870s, there was a small band of economists who were desperate to make economics a science as reputable as physics. And they were awed by the science of Isaac Newton, whose diagrams showed how gravity pulled a ball to rest. And so when William Stanley Jevons began drawing his economics diagram, he drew them just like Newton, in the style to show how like physics this really is. Right here, Jevons is beginning to draw the first diagram that anybody who studies economics learns. So everybody who studies economics, what's the first diagram you learn? There we go. Supply and demand. Those of you who didn't study economics, aren't you glad now that you don't have this tattooed in the back of your heads? So supply and demand. Trouble is that gravity isn't actually a very good model for how markets work, as 2008 kind of showed us. It's the wrong kind of science. But I think the really pernicious effect of this attempt to be like Newton is that economists, envious of his physical laws of motion, set off to find economic laws of motion. And there are two economic laws of motion they apparently discovered that have ruled us for decades. The first one is known as the Kuznets curve. Simon Kuznets had a little bit of data from the UK, Germany, and the US, and he said, I think I see a pattern. I think I see that as countries get richer, first inequality goes up, and then it comes down. And the first thing Kuznets said was, I don't expect this. It doesn't make sense to me. Because I'd expect the rich to get richer, not the poor to catch up. And he tried to explain it. Perhaps it's to do with rural to urban migration. But he also admitted, I have 5% empirical information, 95% speculation, and probably some wishful thinking. And it would be terrible if this became an unwarranted dogmatic generalization, he said. Poor Simon Kuznets, because of course that's exactly what happened. And by the time it was drawn into this little hill, labeled the Kuznets curve, it became a mantra. And the mantra is this: if you care about inequality, it has to get worse before it can get better, and growth will make it better. And it justifies trickle-down economics. It justifies austerity economics. And it's been ruling politics and economics ever since. Just when that was beginning to be debunked, and Piketty's work truly debunked that, because he said, actually, Kuznets was measuring this at a very particular point in time. It was post-war, and it was the effect of war and the effect of the New Deal and redistributionist governments that made the curve turn down, not the natural workings of capitalism. It was government intervention that did this, but Kuznets couldn't see that back in the 50s. But just as this was beginning to be debunked, along came another one, another apparent law of motion, and my goodness, it looks similar. This is called the environmental Kuznets curve, because Grossman and Kruger, who were working at the World Bank, said, we think we see a pattern. We have some data on local air and water pollution, and we think we see a pattern that as countries get richer, it gets worse, but then it gets better. Well, lo and behold, this also became a mantra. If you care about the environment, none of your alarmist cries. It has to get worse before it can get better, and growth will make it better. And they came out with all sorts of explanations as to how a richer economy, would, like a well-trained child, would clean up after itself. But this doesn't happen. If you look at the global data, we do not clean up after ourselves. These are spurious laws of motion. They are not rules that we must live by, because both the question of inequality and the question of pollution, it's a question of design. And so I think we need economists to take a metaphorical career change. Oh, I'll come back to that, because the reason that these have been so useful, of course, is because they justify growth. And poor old Simon Kuznets, he goes in, if he gets a hard time. This man was smart, and he gave us all the caveats, and we tucked them away, because Simon Kuznets was asked in the 1930s to come up with a measure of national income by US Congress, and he did. And he said, as John showed the quote earlier, this is scarcely a measure of a nation's welfare. He said, because it doesn't count the unpaid care economy. He said, it doesn't count the value that are created by commons, by the communities. And it's just a flow measure. It's not looking at what's happening to the stocks underneath. Did we listen? No. Those caveats were tucked aside because the temptation of a single number was so great to look at how the economy was doing year on year. And then when you can compare to other countries, you've got the US and the USSR, and now we've got a horse race on. And so we became obsessed with growth, to the point that in the 1960s, W.W. Rostow wrote a book. I love it so much, I have a first edition copy. The Stages of Economic Growth, a Non-Communist Manifesto, it is called. You can smell the politics on the pages. And Rostow described the process of an economy growing like an airplane ride. He said, first you have the traditional economy, where nothing's really happening. Then you have the preconditions for takeoff, where you get a banking system and the beginnings of industry, and the nation is touched with a sense of nationalism that growth is good for something beyond itself, like a better life for the children. And then you have takeoff, where growth becomes the normal condition and the march of compound interest begins to bear its blessings. And then we go through to the drive to maturity, and we end in the fifth stage, in the era of high mass consumption. Well, there's just one trouble with this plane ride, which is that unlike any other plane ride, it's not allowed to land. Rostow left us flying into the sunset of mass consumerism. He actually knew that. He asks on page 16. And then the question beyond, where history offers us only fragments. What to do when the increase in real income itself loses its charm? But he never answered the question. Here's why. It was 1960. He was about to become advisor to John F. Kennedy, who was running for election on a 5% growth ticket. So Rostow's job was to keep that plane flying, not to ask how and when it would ever land. These diagrams, when you look at them and you take in account of their caveats and the holes and the blank spaces, they look sort of ridiculous. But actually, what they've done is permit some very, very powerful stories to be told. And the most powerful story was born almost exactly 70 years ago this month, because in April 1947, a band of economists met in the Swiss village of Montpellier, Friedrich Hayek, Milton Friedman, and they set out to write a new story of economics. They called it neoliberalism. And they were motivated because they were afraid of the rise of the state fundamentalism they saw in the USSR. They believed that if you give the state an inch, it'll take a mile. In fact, it'll take the whole lot. But their pushback against state fundamentalism very quickly turned into a drive for market fundamentalism. And they had to wait for decades before their story got put on the stage. But in the 1980s, when Thatcher and Reagan came to power, their story was put on the international stage, and we have been living by it ever since. It's a story that stars the market, which is efficient, so we should give it free rein. It stars finance, which is infallible, so trust in its ways. It stars trade, which is win-win, so open your borders. And the state, every story has a villain, the state is incompetent, so don't let it meddle. Other characters not center stage, but let's visit them anyway. Well, there's the household, but that's domestic, so you can leave it to the women. The commons are tragic, so sell them off. Society, as Thatcher said, there's no such thing as society, so we can ignore it. Earth is inexhaustible, so take all you want. And power, that's irrelevant. We don't need to mention it. Well, I believe this neoliberal story, 70 years old, I'm wearing black, it's a funeral. Happy birthday and goodbye. This story, because this story has taken us to the brink of collapse. This story has left us in a world so rich, we've never been so rich, and yet many millions of people cannot meet their most basic needs while we are overshooting the planet. You care about inequality? Don't worry. Growth will even it out. You're worried about the environment? Don't worry. Growth will clean it up. We need a new story. And of course, I believe a new story comes with new pictures. So let me give you my whirlwind tour of the beginnings of the new economic story that I believe we're all writing together, and we must all keep writing together. And I invite you to challenge what I say, to redraw these pictures, because this is a process many, many people must write together. So first, we need purpose. What is the economy for? I believe it's for meeting the needs of all within the means of the planet. And that's why on the front of this little flyer I've given you is the picture. And the question is, if humanity's 21st century goal is to get into the donut, what economic mindset gives us the best chance of getting there? Well, what would be the first big picture you'd show to an economics student in their first class? I would not show them Samuelson's radiator system or even supply and demand. I'd show them this picture, because this is a picture that tells us that the economy is embedded within society and all its political institutions, embedded within the living world, and every day draws in materials and matters and spews out waste. And there already you have the first question of ecological economics, which is how big can the through flow of the economy be before it begins to disrupt the Earth system on which we all depend? But also it shows us that the economy is not just the market and the state, that 20th century ideological boxing match. It's also the household, the place where we all begin every day with the unpaid care of each other, for ourselves, for our parents, for our children, where so much of our well-being is generated. But it's also the commons, where we self-organize without the market, without the state, to create things that we value. So GDP only measures what goes through the market and the state, but so much more of value we create in the household and the commons. It's far beyond what's captured in that measure alone. I wouldn't want to live in an economy that missed any one of those four forms of provisioning, because they all have unique value to bring, but they need to be held in balance, and the state has an important role to create space for all of them. And as John said earlier about edge effect abundance, the most creative businesses often work across the market and the commons, between the market and the state and the commons, between the household and the commons. That's where we get creative. As for finance, as Hunter always says, finance is in service to life. It should be in service to the operation of that market, to make the market, the household, the state, and the commons work well, to provide for our means and our needs. So how do we create a financial system that's actually in service to life? What about who we are? We're not rational economic man. We're far richer than that. Yes, we can be self-interested, of course, but we're also socially reciprocating, working together in our mutuality and interdependence. We're not isolated. We are deeply interdependent upon each other, whether it's through opinion or through fashion or through our caring for each other. And we're not actually work-hating. We are purpose-seeking. And that's a very different thing. And rather than dominant over nature, we're deeply embedded within the web of life. And the sooner we create this new portrait of ourselves, which is, of course, already evolving from many different fields of sociology and economics and political science and behavioral economics and neuroscience, all the better, because who we tell ourselves we are shapes who we become. And we need a far richer picture of ourselves if we're going to thrive together this century. How the economy works? Forget Newtonian equilibrium. And if you never got that joke about why did the chicken cross the road, it was because he actually wanted to teach you systems thinking. So very, very quickly, systems thinking built of two basic loops, feedback loops. There's the reinforcing feedback loop here. Essence of reinforcing feedback, the more you have, the more you get. So the more chickens you have, the more eggs you get, and the more eggs you have, the more chickens you get, and the more chickens you have, the more eggs you get. And so it goes on, and it spirals up and up and up, or it can spiral down and down and down. The things that are dominated by reinforcing feedback either explode or implode. So most things that persist in life, that endure in the world, are actually dominated by balancing feedback. And the essence of that is the more you have, the less you get. So the more chickens you have, the more try to cross the road, and the more chickens that try to cross the road, well, the fewer come back. And so the interaction of these balancing and reinforcing feedback loops actually help us understand most of the interesting things in the world, from your family relationships to the rise and fall of stock markets, to the rise of the 1%, to the collapse of ecosystems. We can better understand them if we think of them as ever-evolving dynamic systems. And that's why economists need a metaphorical career change. Don't be a Charlie Chaplin reaching for the levers of the economy, because they ain't there. There is no market mechanism. It's far better thought of as a market organism. So be more like Josephine Baker, watering the garden. And if you think economy as a garden sounds laissez-faire, you've never actually done a hard day's work gardening in your life. Because gardening is about digging and weeding and cutting and grafting and moving plants and designing how it grows. So how do we want this garden to grow? How do we want a 21st century garden to grow? In response to those spurious laws of motion that the 20th century told us that growth will clean up inequality and pollution, I put forward two principles for a garden that will take us to meet the needs of all within the means of the planet. Make it distributive and regenerative by design. Distributive by design, I think this fits very closely with what John talks about when he talks about empowered participation. So when I talk about distributive by design, I mean an economy in which value that's generated is shared far more equitably amongst all of those who helped create it. Think employee-owned companies, where the value created in the company goes to the employees rather than distant and fickle shareholders. Think of ideas that instead of being patented and copyrighted get put in the Creative Commons, shared and improved and used again and again. Think of community energy systems. Think of complementary currencies. These are all everyday examples of distributive design, and they're happening already. Distributive design is out there, and the wonderful thing about the network technologies we have, from internet communications to renewable energy, is that they are distributive networks. They are asking us to create an economy that's distributive by design. We have a better chance than any generation before us of doing this. And regenerative by design, John has spoken so eloquently about this. I'll be brief. But this diagram is one picture that you could take, and we know it as the circular economy or the cradle to cradle. Through the middle is the linear degenerative industrial economy, where we take Earth's materials, use them for a while, make them into stuff we want and throw them away. And that cuts against the living cycles of life. So we need to bend the arrows around and allow nature to regenerate itself. But even with things that we create, like little pointers and anything metallic and plastic and synthetic, we need to restore and repair and reuse those and bring them into the cycles of life, so we return to be participants in life's cyclical processes. So that leaves us to the question about growth, because I'm saying we need to create economies that are distributive and regenerative by design. So what does that mean for the 20th century obsession with growth? Well, this will be the easy one to not talk about, because you'd be much more acceptable at the World Bank and in all those mainstream places, but that's why we should talk about it. I believe today we have economies that need to grow whether or not they make us thrive. And what we need are economies that make us thrive whether or not they grow. Because in nature, growth is a wonderful, healthy phase. But from your children's feet to the Amazon forest, nothing in nature grows forever. It grows and then it matures and comes to thrive. So bizarre that in economics we never even ask the question, what would it look like when an economy doesn't grow or shouldn't grow or couldn't grow anymore? And what would it look like to have an economy that thrived without growing? Trouble is, we're addicted to growth financially because of that rate of return, which is the DNA at the heart of today's financial system. Politically, this is the G20 photograph taken every year. I call it the G20 family photo, because no leader wants to lose their place in that picture. But they've all got to keep their economy growing to keep up with the other ones that are growing, to keep up with them. It's one of the mothers of all collective action problems. How do we create a new form of global governance where your military and market and geopolitical power doesn't depend on having an ever-growing economy? And we're socially addicted to growth because, thanks to a century of consumerist propaganda, we've been convinced that we transform ourselves by buying something more. I don't think any of these addictions to growth are insurmountable, but they all deserve far more attention than they're currently getting. And we need to get off that aeroplane ride and become kite surfers, because a kite surfer works with the waves and the surfboard and the wind with their kite. And to balance between the wind and the waves, they pull on a bar going up and down to keep themselves moving on the wind and the waves. I think GDP needs to become like that bar. It goes up or down, depending on how you need to respond to the wind and the waves, to regenerative and distributive design, to meeting the needs of all within the means of the planet. So I'm not obsessed with bringing GDP down. I think that diagram doesn't go flat. It will oscillate. It'll move. China's investing $360 billion by 2020 in solar energy capacity. That'll kick GDP up. But then when they have it, the cost of generating that electricity is near zero marginal cost. So it won't contribute to GDP. So taking the Chinese economy towards a regenerative energy system is going to increase GDP and then not. GDP should be a response variable towards the values we fundamentally care about. And so I'll end with what I believe I want to pitch as a new economic story for the 21st century. It stars Earth because she's life-giving, so let's respect her boundaries. It stars society because we are foundational and we must nurture our connections. It stars the household because it's core, so we must value its contribution. It stars the market because the market is powerful, which is why we must embed it wisely. And it stars the commons because they're so incredibly creative. So how do we unleash their potential? As for the state, it's essential. So how do we make it accountable? Finance, well, finance is in service. So how do we make it serve society? Business is innovative. So how can we give it purpose beyond maximizing profit and shareholder returns? Trade is double-edged. So let's make it fair. And power? Power is pervasive. So let's check its abuse. I believe with these kinds of beginnings of a new story, we can write an economics and an economic narrative that actually is fit for the century we want to create. And of course, I believe it comes with pictures. And if you like pictures, then let me end by telling you that I've had the privilege of working with some of the world's most wonderful stop motion animators. And the subtitle of my book is 7 Ways to Think Like 21st Century Economists. And we've created 7 one-minute stop animations, each one telling a different part of this story. Because we have to take economics out of the equations, out of our heads, and bring it into our bodies, make ourselves laugh, make ourselves entertain, make ourselves wonder in awe. And we can reanimate economics for the 21st century. Thank you very much. Oh my goodness, no! Thank you. Thank you.
Well done,
Thank you.
See why I had to have Kate? And it's just going to get better from here. So, Mark.
All right. Thank you, Kate. Hey, all you kite surfers. This feels good, huh? Fun. Okay, we're going to quickly break into our next discussion groups. If you need to take a break while the discussions are happening, that's fine, but let's see if we can keep the conversations going. And let's go ahead and do it. You guys know the drill. Same thing, same groups, flip the chairs. Up, up, and away. "30 minutes. 30 minutes. Sorry if I wasn't clear. You have 30 minutes, and you want to be discussing Kate's talk. I'm sorry if I didn't make that clear." Okay. Okay. All right, we're going to be applying a little new math here. We're going to wrap it up in 5 minutes, and then you're going to go on a 10-minute break. So begin wrapping up your conversations, 5 more minutes, and we'll take a 10-minute break. Thank you. Good work, everyone. We're going to begin winding down the groups. So go ahead and start concluding your conversations, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break. Scribes, capture all that wonderful stuff that you guys are talking about. So take another minute, 60 seconds. 60 seconds to wrap it up. And then take a 10-minute break.
Mic test.
Hello, hello. Boost it up a bit. Hello, hello. Okay. It's fine. You guys can adjust it when we go up there. So just put this in back.
Yeah, that works.
Or in
Check,
front.
check. 2-minute warning, guys.
Okay.
Grab your
Cool.
chairs. Put them back in order.
There.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
NAU, right?
ANU, yes. Yeah.
Marcelo's with you. Marcelo.
Sorry?
Marcelo.
Marcello, yeah.
It doesn't make sense.
Everybody, grab your seats. Come on, get settled.
See, our plan may take a while. We're just kind of getting right at the end.
That's perfect.
Hunter, can I take care of lost items really quickly so
Yes.
people aren't sitting? Hey everyone, we've got a couple of lost items. There is a room key to the Best Western, and looks like I have the keys to a Chevrolet of some sort. Has anybody lost their car keys? Room key? I promise I don't come with the room key if that's what you're worried about. Did anybody lose their hotel room key or their car key? It's a Chevrolet. That's right. All right. Well, that's as good as we're going to get, right?
A number of you. Hey, we got a winner. Number of you have asked how your friends and neighbors can see what you're seeing here. This is being live streamed. It is also being recorded. We will have the videos, and with a little bit of editing, we will make them available. For live streaming, go to regenerativefuturesummit.org/live stream. regenerativefuturesummit.org live stream regenerativefuturesummit.org/live stream. And you can get all your friends and neighbors watching what you're getting to watch. Also, if you are tweeting, and we hope you are, it's hashtag capital RFS Summit, so RF Summit 17. So capital R, capital F, capital S for Summit 17. So tweet away, send friends and neighbors to the live stream. And
We want people to know that all of the slides are seen today will be on our homepage today, so they don't have to take
all of the slides that you have seen today will be on our homepage today, regenerativefuturesummit.org. So you don't have to take pictures unless you particularly want one or more. Yeah, tweet about them. Take pictures and tweet them out. I think that's all the housekeeping. I'm thrilled to be able to introduce two of my closest friends and colleagues, the founders with a group of us of the Alliance for Sustainability and Prosperity, Dr. Robert Costanza, Dr. Ida Kubashevsky. Most of the time that you hear presentations, it's by one person of a team. This is the formative team in this field. Bob and Ida teach at the Australian National University. They write together, they travel together, and they're going to speak together. So I'm going to turn it over to you guys. Right. Bob is known as the father of ecological economics. If any of you have had an economics class that has come into at least the 20th century, you will have read Bob's work, heard of Bob's work. And increasingly, if you're reading Bob's work, you're also reading Ida's. Bob's going to start and then turn it over to Ida.
Right.
All yours.
All right. Thank you. Am I on? Can you hear me? No? Yes? Do I have to stand in a certain place? Back up? Where is it? There's a sweet spot here, right? Yeah. Is this it? All right. Thanks, everybody. And thanks, Hunter. There we go. So, whoa. Yes, evidently. So we want to talk about how to integrate the economy, society, and the rest of nature to create the future we want. I think that's our challenge. How do we create, sorry? Louder. Okay, I'm in the wrong place. So see, if I go louder, that's what happens.
Just keep talking, he'll adjust the level.
Okay, so
If you're not talking, he can adjust it.
okay, I have to keep talking. Are you adjusting? We live in a whole new geologic epoch called the Anthropocene because of the magnitude of the human influence on the surrounding biosphere. You've probably all heard this term before. I think the bottom line is that we have to start thinking very differently about the place of humans in the biosphere. You know, business as usual is no longer an option. We have to create a new vision of the world and humans' place in it. Otherwise, I think we have the very real possibility of our civilization collapsing. So I think this is the real question that we're facing. Can humanity make the transition to a sustainable and desirable future without a major collapse? Certainly in the past, civilizations have collapsed. The Roman Empire, the Maya, Easter Island. So this is not a new thing. How do we make this transition? And I think that's our challenge going forward. To get to this sustainable and desirable level of the microphones, this is a balancing thing, requires these three elements, I think, that have to be integrated. We have to have a vision not only of how the world is, how the world works. So we talked a little bit about all of the new science that we have, about how complex systems function, what the science of happiness, what actually contributes to human well-being, but also how would we like it to be? What are our goals? What's our vision for the future? I think really that's our fundamental challenge here in this workshop. How do we create a shared vision of the kind of world that we want? Because the direction that we're headed is neither sustainable nor desirable. We have to integrate that with appropriate tools and analysis, systems thinking and modeling, thinking of the holistic components of the system, and implementation strategies that really focus going forward on building institutions around the commons. That's kind of the missing element going forward. Vision is really important. It's a famous American philosopher, Yogi Berra, once said, if you don't know where you're going, you end up somewhere else. So how do we create this shared vision of where it is we want to go so that we don't end up somewhere else? Part of that vision is recognizing, I think as Kate pointed out, that the economy is really embedded in society, which is embedded in the rest of nature. It's a very different vision from, I think, the conventional view in the empty world, where the economy, the environment, and society were all separate things with a bit of interaction, but not really integrated. And the idea that, do I have a pointer here? Yes. The idea that, nature was the environment, when in fact, I think nature is the whole system. Humans are not unnatural. Our societies are not unnatural. So how do we understand the way societies function, the way the economy functions, the way the rest of nature functions as one integrated whole system? That really is what ecological economics is all about. And we know that because of this emerging science, that the world is really a complex, nonlinear adaptive system. We've got thresholds and tipping points and surprises. This is from a paper by Tim Linton and others about some of the potential tipping points in the climate system. So, just to can I get a glass of water? And we've talked about planetary boundaries that Kate brought up. We know that there are fundamental ecological constraints to the growth of the economic subsystem within the ecological life support system. And there were 9 of these planetary boundaries, 3 of which were already massively exceeding. And we need to get back under control. Climate change, biodiversity loss, and the nitrogen cycle. But several others are also approaching their boundaries. And that's the standard way. Thank you. That's the standard way of approaching this issue, though. We're exceeding our boundaries. We've got to get back under control. It's not the movie that most people are lining up to go see. They'd rather see a reassuring lie than this inconvenient truth. The point is, I think we need a third movie. We need a movie that really expresses what a sustainable and desirable economy in society, in nature, really could look like. It's not a sacrifice to create this new system. It's really a sacrifice not to. And I think that's the message that we have to somehow convey more appropriately to the general public, to the policy community, to all of us. This is just a report that we did for the UN Rio Plus 20 meeting with some co-authors that you might recognize that goes into more detail about what that society could look like, what's the vision of it, and also a whole range of policy options about how to get there. So if you want more details, you can download this for free. So that's really what ecological economics is trying to do. Thank you. To create this sustainable and desirable future. It has 3 sort of integrated questions or goals. How do we create a system that is ecologically sustainable? The scale, the magnitude of the economic subsystem remains within planetary boundaries. That has a socially fair distribution of resources, not only within the current generation of humans, but also between the current generation and future generations, between humans and other species. So this whole idea of fairness, it's really fairness that we want, not so much equity. We don't want everything to be exactly equal, but we do want it to be fair opportunities, et cetera. And we want an economically efficient allocation of resources. And that includes all the resources that contribute to human well-being, not just marketed resources, but all of the things that are outside the market, natural capital and social capital. So the SDGs have already been mentioned. And I think this is a significant step in human history toward creating this shared vision. This is the kind of world. We want a world where all of these goals really have been met. And they're a very diverse set of goals. There's only one really that has to do with economic growth. And we'll get more into that, but I think we should be more, as Kate said, agnostic about growth. We really want an economy that contributes to well-being. What the SDGs didn't do really is talk too much about how all of these goals interact with each other. There are synergies, there are trade-offs, there's a complex set of interactions that contribute to these sub-goals that are the sort of ecological economics framework of sustainable scale, fair distribution, and efficient allocation, and ultimately to the overarching goal of a prosperous, high quality of life that's equitably shared and sustainable. I think that's the kind of world we all want. How do we understand this complex set of interactions and how they contribute to that overarching goal? This is a bit of a complex diagram, and I won't go into all the details here, but you're going to have these slides so you can study this later. But it tries to make the distinction between our current economic model, the sort of neoliberal model that Kate was talking about, the sort of green economy model, which you might have heard of. I think it's kind of a step in the right direction, but is not all the way there to the ecological economics model. These vary in terms of their primary policy growth goal. The current model is more. Economic growth is kind of the solution to all problems. The green economy model recognizes that it has some negative impacts on the environment, and we need to decouple the economy from the environment, and then we can continue to grow. The ecological economics model focuses on better. We want true development, improvement in quality rather than increasing size, because we recognize there are fundamental biophysical limits to economic growth. How do we measure progress? GDP versus other broader indices that Ida will talk about. You're kidding me. 5 minutes? Okay. Scale, distribution, efficiency. Also, property rights, I think, are treated quite differently. The role of government. Government has a fundamental role to play, I think, in the ecological economics approach. And the principles of government. We need to move away from laissez-faire capitalism to a set of sustainable governance principles. Whoa, I'll never get through this in 5 minutes. You're kidding. Wait a minute. How about all that time getting the level of the microphone correct? Okay, so the conventional model looks something like this. You can see that there's nothing in this picture of the economy that would limit the growth of GDP, indefinitely. Land, labor, and capital, the primary factors, are considered to be substitutable with each other. We don't really need land or natural resources. We can just produce more GDP by creating more labor and capital. And that utility or welfare is a function of consumption. The more we consume, the better off we are. Growth can go on forever, etc. Obviously, not the right picture in the full world. We need to recognize that we live in a materially closed system, that these 4 types of capital assets are all required in a more balanced way to produce conventional economic production, but also directly contribute to human well-being, which is a much more complex function than the more we consume, the better off we are. The contribution of natural capital, ecosystem services, social capital, our community, etc. All of those things are very important to sustaining human well-being. Okay. And a big part of that is the contribution of natural capital. A whole range of services that benefits that human derive from functioning ecosystems without having to pay for them. So that we have the GDP, but we also have the free DP, all of the other things that are freely provided. What this diagram misses, though, is the interaction with other forms of capital. So we need all of these types of capital assets in a more balanced way, interacting together to produce sustainable human well-being. And I think that's part of the challenge. How do we understand that interaction? It's inherently a transdisciplinary study that is required to do that. 20 years ago now, we estimated the total value of the ecosystem services on the planet and came up with a number that was significantly larger than GDP at the time. One thing we didn't control was what they put on the cover of the magazine. They said pricing the planet. We didn't really mean that. We meant valuing the planet. And the distinction between price and value, I think, is something that we need to keep in mind. These are not resources that can or should be traded in markets, but contribute to well-being outside the market. They're part of the free DP. Recently, we estimated the change in value from 1997 until 2011. And because of land use change and the way we manage resources, we've lost about $20 trillion in the value of ecosystem services per year over that time period. So by ignoring our natural capital assets and our social capital assets as well, we're really reducing our well-being. We estimated the benefit-cost ratio, roughly, of preserving our natural capital assets by increasing the global reserve network and to 15% of the terrestrial biosphere, 30% of the marine biosphere. That would cost about $45 billion a year to build and maintain. But the net benefits, the difference between the current, the wild state of that system and what it might be converted to, is $4 to $5 trillion a year. So benefit cost ratio of about 100 to 1. So I challenge you to come up with a better investment these days. The only one I could find was for oil companies investing in political campaigns in the United States, which is about 400 to 1, unfortunately. So, and I'll finish up quickly here, because I think this is an important part too. How do we actually get there? How do we create this sustainable and desirable economy in society and nature? And I think that has to do with breaking our addiction to this growth at all costs economic paradigm, to fossil fuels, to overconsumption, and thinking of it really as an addiction. And the way out of that addiction, as I'll say in a second, is to build a shared vision of this sustainable and desirable future focused on well-being and quality of life, the quality of all life. So we published a paper recently where we asked, okay, if this is an addiction, what can we learn from what works to overcome addictions at the individual scale? And it turns out that there's one form of therapy called motivational interviewing. Some of you may have heard of that. That focuses on not confronting the addict with all of the problems of their addiction, which will immediately get a denial, kind of reaction. Exactly the kind of reaction we're getting from society when we frame the issue, in a very negative way, and instead focuses on what sort of future life, what are the life goals of the addict? How to focus the conversation on that, and then work back from that to say what would really work, what would help to achieve those goals. So the analogy that we draw is to focus societal attention on our life goals. What does the future that we want really look like? This is one book we published recently that's a collection of essays about just that. What does this future look like? There's also been a lot of work on scenario planning, looking at alternative futures and what would they look like. You may have run across the Great Transition Initiative and some of the scenarios that they've been describing, and they have these 4 basic scenarios that are arrayed against whether we focus on individualism or the community, and whether we focus on GDP growth or well-being. And so you get this group of 4. It seems like in the United States we seem to be headed more in this direction at the moment, but there are several other countries around the world that are headed in other directions. And certainly the kind of world that I think we want is focused more over here, where we're focusing on community and overall well-being rather than continuing to focus on GDP growth with all of its problems, which Ida's going to get into in a second. And we actually need, I think, to extend that discussion of the kind of future we want out to the general public. How do we create a set of plausible alternative futures? They did this in New Zealand and found that when they asked people, what future they wanted, they got to the sort of sustainability future, but they asked them, where they thought New Zealand was and where it was headed, and it was very much more in the sort of business as usual scenario. We're working now doing a set of a public opinion survey in Australia of these 4 alternative scenarios, roughly in the same archetypes. And the community well-being scenario is the one that is broadly preferred by the vast majority of the population when you ask them to think about, what kind of world do you want in the year 2050. So I think we could do a lot more with that sort of process. If we as a group here can begin to define not only what that kind of world that we want looks like, but what the alternatives are, and get people to start thinking about what kind of world we all want, and use that as the beginning of the societal therapy that I think will help us to break out of this addiction to growth at all costs. All right, thanks for my part. I'm going to turn it over to Ida.
Thanks. So I'm going to Okay, hold on. Let me figure this out. I'm actually tempted to stand on the stage because I'm always short, so that would give me a little bit of height. Okay, cool. Let's see if this works. Hey, look, mic problem's gone. Okay, so I'm going to talk about a little bit more of the specifics of the how. How do you actually get to this new world? What are some things? And none of this is sort of, this is you have to do this or it won't work. It's ideas, suggestions, things to move forward from. So problems with GDP. Many of you have seen some form of this list. And so it interprets every expense as positive. So oil spill, GDP goes up. A divorce, GDP goes up. Cancer, GDP goes up. So even though things that decrease your well-being, GDP goes up and loves, okay? It leaves out many components that enhance welfare. So a mom staying home to take care of her kids, or school education, so home education is left out. Having a garden and picking vegetables from your garden, GDP hates that, right? And so there's a lot of things. It loves when you go and buy a TV dinner, though, right? That's awesome. That it's not that good for your health doesn't matter. So GDP and welfare don't go together. And very importantly, I have a pointer. Very importantly, it doesn't take in distribution of income. So GDP doesn't care whether one person has all the money in a country or it's equally distributed. So this was work done by Richard Wilkinson and Kate Pickett in a book called Spirit Level. And they created this index. I don't know if you could read this, but so the index includes life expectancies, math and literacy, infant mortality, homicide, imprisonment, teenage birth, trust, obesity, mental illness, and social mobility. So they put that into an index. So the index is on the y-axis, and they looked at national income per person on the x-axis. And they found that there was almost no correlation. However, if they did the same kind of axis, index on the y-axis, income inequality on the x-axis, they actually found that there was a really strong correlation. I think Kate said it was like 0.89. For social sciences, how many social scientists get that, right? So I'm an astrophysicist by training, so that's normal for me. But with social science, if you get 0.3, 0.4, you're like, yes, there's a correlation. So this is really good. It's a really strong correlation. And many of you have seen this graph where GDP, so we're not saying don't grow GDP anywhere, because there are certain things you need to meet basic needs. So there are people that don't have food, don't have housing, don't have water. And yes, you need money, you need GDP to gather those. However, at some point, it starts mattering. So GDP keeps going up, but in this case, it's mean life satisfaction, levels off. So if you get your first car, that's a huge increase to your well-being. If it's your 7th or 8th car, much less so. Right? So that's what this is picking up. So we published a paper to look, basically says, time to leave GDP behind. We need the next step. And so one of the things we looked at was what indicators are out there. And this is a few that are very popular, but there's actually hundreds out there. Okay, so it's split up into 3 groups. The first group takes GDP and tries to adjust it for things that it does badly. So it tries to include some of the, takes the negatives as negatives instead of as positives, includes income inequality, takes into account some of the things that GDP doesn't. So that's this group. And I'll talk more about GPI. It's one indicator we've worked with. The second group does sort of direct life satisfaction, so mostly surveys. It asks people, what's your life satisfaction, 1 to 10 basis, or some version of that, usually not quite worded like that. A really popular one there is gross national happiness, which is in Bhutan. So GNH, many of you have heard. It's a survey done. The survey takes about 8 hours to do. I really want them to ask the life satisfaction question in the beginning and the end and see how it differs after an 8-hour survey. And the last group is it's kind of a composite. So it takes different components. It might be objective aspects, might be some subjective aspects, and puts it together. So for example, the Human Development Index, HDI, looks at index of GDP per person, spending on health and education, and life expectancy. So it just merges some of different objective indicators. So I'm going to talk about GPI. GPI takes a strong, big component of GDP, personal consumption expenditure, and then adjusts it by about 24, 25 categories. One is income distribution. And it basically adjusts that. And, sorry, wrong button. It also adds certain things that have been left out and then subtracts other. The colors are right here, so natural capital, social capital, human capital, and built capital. It's not a perfect indicator in any way. There's a lot of problems with this indicator. There's a big international group working on GPI 2.0 to deal with some of these problems, and even that won't be perfect. There is no perfect indicator, but neither is GDP. And so this is at least one step further. And so if you look at GPI for the US, you see that GPI kind of bubbles along while GDP grows quite significantly. And that split happens in about 1978. And we found that looking at what created that separation, the two big factors were cost of inequality and cost of environmental damages were the two big ones. So we looked at actually about 17 countries. At that point, that's all there was. There's about another 5 or 6 more. These 17 countries made up about 63% of the global population, about 68% of the global GDP. So it was a majority, but not all. The only continent we left out was Africa. It wasn't intentional. GPI hasn't been calculated in Africa. So once it is, we're working on one in South Africa, we'll include it in this. But so we basically took and indexed it to 1990, and we looked at various indicators. So GDP per capita is the blue, GPI per capita is the red, ecological footprint, biocapacity, which is sort of an inverse of ecological footprint, kind of, life satisfaction, which is a survey, and HDI. And you can see the difference. So GDP goes up, GPI goes up for a while, and then levels off. And we saw this trend in almost every country you looked at. There were exceptions, of course. A lot of the exceptions were when there was a major policy change. For example, a major tax on the rich, which reduced inequality. We saw that GPI changed. But in most countries, so for example, in China, same thing. GDP grows really quickly, while GPI grows till about 1995 they track, and then they split off. Don't have any further data since then, but we're working on it. And so if you look at the 70 countries we looked at, GDP, there's a general trend, upward trend. While GPI, much less of a trend. So GPI goes up for a while, and then various things happen, levels off, does big dip. This is Poland with the big dip. So there's various things that happen policy-wise that can change it. And if you put all these together on the global level, you see the same trend. GDP keeps going up. GPI, at about 1979, 1980, it levels off. And so it's what Herman Daly calls economic growth and uneconomic growth, basically, where the economy is growing, but it's uneconomic. And then if you look at GPI and GDP, you see that it's around 7,000 GDP per capita. I forgot the per capita. Imagine it's there. But basically, it's about $7,000, $8,000 per capita. So, and that just happened to be out of those 70 countries we looked at. It may definitely change, go up or down as we look at more countries. And so there are some governments that are using GPI as an official indicator. So Maryland was the first. Maryland created, basically, it was an amazing website. The previous government really liked it. And he basically argued they still calculated GDP. But one year, GDP went down. And the governor released a press release saying, you know what? It's okay. Because jobs went up. Green spaces went up. Overall, well-being is better, even though GDP went down. So it's okay. And Vermont soon followed, but the problem with Maryland is because it was a governor initiative, as soon as the governor was not reelected, the initiative really disappeared. While in Vermont, they actually added it as part of their constitution. So no matter what happens to the government there, it will be calculated in some way. So, and there are other states that are talking about it. Utah, Hawaii, Colorado's talking about it, and about 5 more that are trying to implement it as well. This is a paper we recently published talking about modeling and measuring sustainable well-being in a connection with the SDGs. And you've heard about the SDGs. And one of the things we're talking about is that you do need an interactive model. So the SDGs right now are independent 17 goals. But you need to know what the trade-offs are. You need to know how they interact, how they work together. And so one of the suggestions that a group has been working with the UN is to use a variation of GPI to do that. And that would have to add some of the things that it's missing and correct some of the issues that it has. But that's one of the discussions. There's also a lot going on in the business world. And Hunter knows a lot more about this than I do. But one group that we've worked with is True Cost. True Cost basically tries to look at the actual cost and impact that a company has on the environment. They published this report, which basically says that primary production and primary process sector analyzed in this study are estimated to have unpriced natural capital costs totaling about $7.3 trillion, which equates to 13% of the global economic output in 2009. That's massive. So there is stuff happening in those business world. Puma, for example, had True Cost do a big report seeing what its environmental damages are, and a lot of other companies are doing the same. We're working on a project with the National Australian Bank. So an Australian Bank is part of the Natural Capital Declaration, which is a group of organizations, banks, so on, saying that they will take into account natural capital when they do business. Oops, sorry. And what NAB is doing, it's a really cool project in that what they want to do is look at degradation of land, especially with agriculture. So if a farmer is degrading their land significantly, they might have a hard time getting loans, or if they get a loan, their interest rate will be really high. And if they're taking care of their land really well, so not creating erosion, not polluting their waters, their interest rates will be really low. And so the goal there for the bank is risk management. Because honestly, in the end of the day, do they care about environment? Probably to some extent. But their first focus is money. We know that usually is the case. In Australia, there is no strong agricultural insurance industry like in the US. So the banks actually are the backstop. They're the insurers. And so when there's a drought, on a good year, when there's enough sun, enough water, etc., pretty much all the farmers do about the same, plus or minus. When there's a drought, the farmers that didn't degrade their land do okay. Don't do great, but they do okay. While the farmers that did erode their soils, etc., default on their loans. So this is a way for the bank to mitigate their own financial risk. But if this actually happens and gets promoted around the world, this could be huge for agriculture. And then China, as a country, is also, there's a lot to be said about China, positive and negative. In this case, though, the top leadership is really pushing the idea of what they call green mountains instead of mountains of silver and gold. In China, the mayors actually have a lot of power, and there is still resistance, so this may take a while, but as we know, in China, when something is decided, it happens almost overnight, relatively. So it's moving forward. So I really like this comic because I feel like this is the situation we're in, where this guy here is saying, we need energy independence, all this great stuff, and this back row hackler is saying, what if it's a big hoax and we create a better world for nothing? Let's just create the better world and deal with that. The ASAP has been mentioned quite a few times. You guys should check out the website. It's basically trying to create sort of an alliance of different organizations and different alliances. So the website's right here. Many of you have probably also heard of Solutions. It's a publication that Bob and I started in about 2010, where it looks at whole system solutions. So 1/3 of every article can be about a problem, but 2/3 has to be about a solution. So take a look. It's free online. Web URL right there. And thank you.
Yep. 1, 2. Okay. We're going to go back into our discussion groups. So would love for you to chat about and pull out the key concepts from what you just heard. We're going to do about 25 minutes. We're going to try to make up a little time. We're a tiny bit behind schedule, so about 25 minutes. I'll cue you on time. So go ahead and flip your chairs, have a great chat, pull out those key concepts from what you just heard. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Stuart Wallace from New Economics Foundation. Is that working? Yep.
Okay. 5 minutes, everyone. So begin wrapping up your conversations. We'll take 5 minutes. Okay, let's take one more minute to conclude the conversations, and we'll flip the chairs and spend a little time with Stuart. So 60 seconds to wrap up those conversations, and then we'll flip the chairs. Okay, we need to wrap it up. Let's go ahead and end those conversations and flip the chairs back, please. Hey, come on, everyone. Finish it up. We need a transition. Okay. Hello, everyone. Rob Shuham. Rob Shuham. Good job. Della is our, she's our clanger. Good work, everyone. So I'm going to turn it over to Hunter here for the introduction. Yes, you can.
The final person that we asked to really to set the stage for the next 2 days is my friend Stuart Wallace. Stuart and I have been working together on these issues for a number of years. He started out, what, in business?
Yeah, business.
Horrors.
And at the World Bank as an economist.
And at the World Bank as an economist. And then running the New Economics Foundation
and
in
Oxfam.
the UK and Oxfam. And is my co-author on the forthcoming book, A Finer Future. Stuart has been just a pleasure to work with because he's able to pull all of these realms together. Activism and business, economics. So I'm going to shut up and turn it over to Stuart.
Thank you, Hunter. How are we doing on the volume? Can you hear me okay? Great. One thing Hunter didn't cover, I started off life as a geologist. And that's because I love fossils. And because I love fossils, that drew me to economics and economists, naturally. Well, sorry any economists in the room. I'm going to focus, well, I hope at this point of the day, most of you or all of you are convinced we need a new economic system. I hope if you're not, I'm worried, but I think you are. So I'm going to focus mostly on how we make it happen. And friends, the good news is I really believe we will. This is possible. This is doable. It's not going to be easy, but we can do it. And so even though my slides have all got a black background, this is going to be a message of hope. Okay? I'm going to really 3 parts. I'm going to cover very briefly a couple of other subject areas as I'll talk about, a bit on inequality and a bit on why people feel so valued and so unvalued and so often have no voice. I'm then going to talk about how system change happened in a couple of cases in the 20th century and in other systems. I'm then going to focus on what can we learn from that and what do we need to do. So my focus is mostly what do we do? How do we make this thing happen? And that's the really tough question. Okay, so my characteristic of the current economy is the 4 U's. It's unsustainable, it's unfair, it's unstable, and it makes too many people unhappy. Otherwise, it's great. You've heard from all the 4 previous speakers about the unsustainable. You've heard quite a lot about the unfair and the effects of inequality Ida was showing. You know, John's touched on the unstable, the fact that economics doesn't have a concept of resilience, and therefore we don't have a balance between efficiency and resilience, and systems keep crashing, and much else. So I'm just going to take a little bit more on the unfair and particularly inequality, just the scale of it. I think most of you know it, but I'll just be quick. We've got the point now where the richest 8 people in the world have as much wealth as the bottom half of humanity. Fit on a golf cart, friends, and a fossil fuel golf cart, probably. And last year was a milestone, 2015, when the 1% had a point where they had more wealth than 99%. This is staggering stuff, and this is the size of the mountain we got to climb. You can see the next one, over the next 20 years, 500 people will hand over 2.1 trillion to their heirs, a sum larger than the GDP of India. Let's harness that money if they either to redistribute it, or what we don't redistribute, let's put it to the economy we need to create. Globally, the income of the poorest 10% of people increased by less than $3 a year between 1998 and 2011, while the income of the richest 1% increased 182 times as much. Though the last one's about UK bosses of the top 100 companies. They earn as much in a year as 10,000 people working in garment factories in Bangladesh. Just get the scale of this thing. That's all I want. Don't worry about the figures, get the scale. Let's back to Piketty. You probably know this, but over the last 30 years, the growth in the incomes of the bottom 50% in real terms in the US have been 0, whereas the income of the top 1% has grown 300%. You know the stuff about the ratio of pay of CEOs to the top 500 companies. And just post the crash, youth unemployment in countries like Spain is still 44%. When you start looking at youth unemployment level in places like North Africa, it's much greater than that. We've got a big mountain to climb, and as Ida's already showed you, the effects of inequality are devastating in all sorts of different ways. But the mountain gets bigger. This is I've put these headings in red because this is the bad news before we get to the good news. This is the median population forecast, the latest figures from the UN. They underestimated it and they've upped it fairly recently. So we're going from, on the mean expectation, from 7.3 billion in 2015 to 11 billion people on the planet in 2100. Leave aside the ecological impacts for a minute. Just think what in traditional terms that means in terms of jobs or livelihoods. It means we need to create about 50 million new jobs every year, or livelihoods, if you stay within the existing system. I won't go into the maths now, but believe me. And, at the same time, we've got this little beast called technological unemployment coming around. This is a poll of AI experts looking at what they expect to happen unless the system change. And they expect a global unemployment rate of 25% by 2050. So not only have you got to create 50 million new jobs every year against the backdrop I've just showed you, starting from a horrible place, but you're running up the down escalator. So in effect, just looking at this, you've got a fundamental hiatus. It just doesn't work. Basically, if you provide the growth rates which would be needed to solve that problem just by growth alone, you crash the planet very quickly. You've seen all that stuff from Bob and Ida and from John earlier, and from Kate. If you put your foot on, so the accelerator don't work in this system. If you put your foot on the brake in this system, we create more unemployment, possibly more inequality. So neither the brake or the accelerator work in this vehicle anymore. It's defunct, okay? And furthermore, GDP, keeping the vehicle analogy for the minute, it's not the best one necessarily. It's really a speedometer. It's telling you whether you're going faster. But as Hunter already said, if we're heading for a cliff, going faster ain't very clever. So you've got to know which direction you want to go, and that's what this whole thing's about. So we've got a problem that we need a new system, clear. And we're now in the situation, this is the latest figures this year from something called the Edelman Trust Barometer. It takes a very large sample, about 45,000 people across about 25 countries. And the majority feel the system is failing them. They have a sense of injustice, a lack of hope, a lack of confidence, a desire for change. So 53% of those people across those 26 countries think the system's failing you. So it's not surprising in the lack of a new offer why people have gone to Trump, why we had Brexit in the UK. It says it all. And what we find in our research is that people increasingly feel they have no voice. They feel they're of no value. Too many people feel that. They fear the loss of their job for the reasons I've just showed you. They fear insecurity in old age. In some countries, they also fear ill health, obvious places. They also feel the destruction of their dreams and their cultural norms. So people, it isn't just about economics. It's about identity and who you are. And at the minute, our system is pushing things absolutely the wrong way. Interestingly, and I don't have the answers to this, where the places that people have lost, you won't be able to see all the detail, but it's all the democracies where people have lost faith in the system. Now, is it an accurate answer why Russia, China, India, people haven't? I can't answer you that. There's many questions in that bit of data that's very recent. But clearly, our democracies, our system is not working. That's pretty obvious. So let's go now to look at how system change has happened in the 20th century. Oh, sorry, I ought to just say that I like this quote from Sebastian Junger. You know, humans don't mind hardship. What they mind is not feeling necessary. And I think that's fundamental. We've got an economic system that makes people feel not wanted, not valuable. And that's absolutely fundamental. We change that. So incremental change, yes, people talk about subjective well-being, circular economy, green Keynesianism. I believe that's necessary but not sufficient. And what got us in the New Economics Foundation really thinking about these issues was we had a theory of change that said what we need to do is do really good research, write it up well, peer review it, etc. We need to back it up by, because we called ourselves a think and do tank, back it up by trying out ideas on the ground, and then lobby politicians, others, by all the usual means to change things. And we got the UK government to start measuring well-being, which they do every year, now as a headline measure and alongside GDP. We thought that would change the system. Did it? No. So we really went back to the drawing board and said, how does system change happen? And we've got a number of, oops, why isn't that working? There's some things we can learn. There's been two big changes in economic systems in the 20th century. First, to Keynesianism in mid-century, with a much greater focus on the role of government, solidarity, health, education, etc. And then a kickback in, as Kate and others have talked about, to neoliberalism in the late 70s, 80s, 90s, noughties. And when we looked at this, and we also looked at things like the anti-slavery movement, the civil rights movement, many of the successful rise of feminism, we looked at what led to system change. And really it's four things. One is discrediting the old story. And we're not doing a bad job of that, though there's a lot more to do. But critically, one needs to tell a new positive story. And that we aren't doing a good job. Yet, Roosevelt did it pretty well on the New Deal. Thatcher and Reagan did it pretty well. They said unions are a problem, government's in the way, we can be more prosperous if we look after number one, etc. And if you look after yourself, as Kate was saying, then that will, the myth is it will serve everybody. Of course it won't. But the other critical things that we've got to talk about is power. And progressives often are very unhappy talking about power. We like to think that if we just say the right things, we talk about things, we provide the good research, that will be enough to change things. No, it won't. We have to both weaken old power bases and create new power bases. On the left, Roosevelt set out to weaken Wall Street. On the right, Thatcher and Reagan crushed the unions and union power. That's just two examples. But you also had to build new power bases. This isn't such a beautiful picture as Kate's of the Mont Pelerin gathering, but it still includes Hayek and Friedman and others. It also includes somebody called Anthony Fisher, interestingly. And Anthony Fisher was hoping to become UK Prime Minister. And he said to Hayek, I don't know whether this story is true or not, I'm going to go back to the UK, become a Conservative Member of Parliament, and become Prime Minister. And Hayek apparently said to him, don't be so stupid, set up a think tank. So he set up something called the Institute of Economic Affairs, which is influential as a right-wing think tank right across the world. And that question of building new power bases is something the neoliberals did brilliantly. Obviously, events help. So the Keynesians were helped by the Second World War and the Great Depression, but the neoliberals arguably did it by the power of a new story and the power of creating new power bases. Sorry, there's too many powers in there. You've heard some of the neoliberal principles already, but basically those first four, small government, individual freedom, free markets or free enterprise, and strong defense. That's, if you went to the Tea Party or anything else, that's there like a stick of, we have in seaside towns in England, a rock with some words written in the middle. At the heart of the right-wing enterprise are those four principles. And that led to some pretty obvious things of cutting the welfare state, taking on the unions, lowering taxes. And it explains the whole worldview. It's not just affected economics, it's affected how we think about competition, how we think about collaboration. It's affected, private good, public bad. It's affected our thinking. There was a vice chancellor of a university, same university president, I guess you'd call them over here, who in the UK gave a speech to all his lecturers and professors, telling them they weren't sweating the assets hard enough. This is the citadel of learning. Sweating the assets is a neoliberal concept. Anyway, you get my point. But that whole thing generates the right frames and metaphors for the whole right-wing, whole neoliberal conspiracy. And most importantly, in terms of creating new power bases, and it's been referred to, I think, by Hunter at the beginning, was something called the Powell Memorandum. Because though the neoliberals were quite successful at taking over certain university economics departments, in the early 70s, they thought they were losing this fight. You had Ralph Nader in the ascendancy in the States, and there was a strong feeling that what they talked about Montpellier just wasn't going to happen. And Lewis Powell, who Nixon was just about to appoint to the Supreme Court, wrote this thing called the Powell Memorandum. And it was a brilliant strategy of how to take power and keep power. And it was then funded by a whole lot of very rich people who supported this doctrine. But it didn't just talk about taking over university departments, it talked about taking over the textbooks, it talked about controlling who got lectureships, who got professorships, who gave the accreditation for PhDs, who sat on the board of the effective journals. But it went much wider than that. It went into case law, it went into journalism, it went into all sorts. It infiltrated the institutions of life. It led to the setting up of the Heritage Foundation, which, as Hunter's already said, basically has provided the playbook for Trump. It led to the setting up of Cato, the Institute of Economic Affairs, and many other organizations. And this is a UK picture, but it doesn't, and I don't expect you to go through it, but this house has been built on very solid, powerful foundations and a lot of money. So to think this is going to give up on power easily just because everybody's feeling dispossessed, it's very cleverly helped influence the move to populism and nationalism rather than the response we were hoping things would happen. So, if anything, it's been reinforcing parts of its story. So it's a very powerful, well-built house. So what do we need to do? This is the last bit of this. How do we change this? And these are some of the elements. They're not exclusive by any means. But we need to be clear, as Kate was saying earlier, on the goals and the principles. And as John was talking about the principles, we need to bring about a value shift. And that's not easy. We need a powerful new story, and that's one of the tools to push forward those other two things. And we need a vanguard new economics movement. And I'll talk about that. And that vanguard new economics movement needs to be backed up by a similarly powerful story to the Powell Memorandum. It's not going to be the same thing, because we're not talking about billions of dollars helping this. But we have to take the power of ideas and develop a strategy that is about seizing and taking away power from the people who won't give up and creating new power bases. And it's uncomfortable, that discussion, but we've got to do it. The goals of this economy, I think Kate has put them in a much more beautiful form than I'm putting here. The needs of all and live within planetary and local limits. That's what Bob and Ida and what Kate and John have all been talking about. That's the donut and both the ceiling and the floor. And within that, just to emphasize even more, we should be talking not about just preserving things, we should be talking about strengthening all life and all ecosystems. So it's about strengthening. We should be talking about maximizing not just human well-being, but the well-being of all species. And that's controversial in some parts, but I agree, and we've clearly got to be thinking much fairer. Think Denmark. Now, we talked earlier about moving into the center of the donut. And we also touched earlier on something called Happy Planet Index. I had it on a slide. That's a scattergram, I think it's the word? Yeah, plot of all the country. Oh, blimey, it suddenly got its, it suddenly doesn't like me. The neoliberals are trying to get back at me. A scattergram of all the countries in the world. Up the left-hand axis is how long people live and how happy they are or how big their well-being is. Along the bottom axis is ecological footprint per capita, which is a measure of how much, many of you know this, but it's a measure of how much resources we use and how much waste we create. And basically, to live within planetary limits, we've got to be below 2, about 1.8 on that chart. So where we need every country in the world to get to is up that top left-hand corner in the green zone. Nobody's there at the minute. On the left-hand side, you've got some of the poorest countries in the world, and hopefully they're moving up. On the right, along the top, you've got many of the wealthier nations, but often they're moving further right, consuming more resources, and in some cases they're moving down because well-being is getting lower. So we're moving in the wrong direction in many cases. And we have to reconceptualize, as Kate was saying, what are we aiming at? And this is just a way of graphically showing it. This is Costa Rica. It's a little bit out of date, but this is Costa Rica versus United States. People live longer in Costa Rica. They're happier. They do so on 1/3 of the ecological footprint and 1/5 of the GDP. Now, which is the better economy? Costa Rica ain't perfect. There's a few problems, but it's moved to 99% renewables. It's regenerating its forests. It got rid of its army a long time ago. It put a lot of money into health and education. And it's got to where it needs to get to by that mixture. It's got a much better mix of those 4 things: commons, community, market, and state, than many other countries. And that shows you it can be done. It's not there yet. And of course, it's got a bit of Latin sing, and that helps. So, what sort of values and principles do we build this on? I was part of a group at the World Economic Forum, which came from many different nations, ages, etc., that started to say, are there some common values that humanity should be moving towards, or are all values relative? And we came up saying quite unequivocally, across different faiths, all sorts of different backgrounds, there are some common values, and they're very simple. They were 3 things: that we should be talking about all our institutions pursuing the common good. We should be talking about rights and responsibilities of the individual, so human dignity, basically. So human dignity, rights and responsibilities. All our institutions pursuing the common good, and the common good needs to be defined in terms of the goals we've been talking about today. And stewardship, both of the planet and for future generations. It's not perfect, but it was a start. Now, if you start to put those into action in terms of the economy, I believe that we've got to take another bull by the horns. I'm mixing my metaphors terribly, sorry. But actually, the right have taken over this idea of family values. And I think we've got to claim that back. Because economics, the root of economics is oikos nomos, the economics of the household, or the management of the household. And when we did a survey about 150,000 business people through the World Economic Forum, interestingly, in 2009, 2/3 of the people, out of 150,000 people in business, actually, said that they thought the economic crisis was not just an economics crisis, but a values crisis. And a similar sort of number said that they practiced very different values in their work from how they did in their home, and they wanted to get back to how they did in their home. So I think we need to recapture the idea of the economics of the household. But it needs to be a household defined very differently. Not the strong father, not the authoritarian father, but the nurturing parents or carers. A very different vision. And if we did that, we could start to appeal, I believe, to the people who feel they've got no voice and no value. Because we've got to get a language that talks to them and not just to people like us, who we meet with all the time. So, to my mind, and I'll be very quick on this because time is moving on, the first thing we need is an economy that's rooted where people have some control. And that must mean thriving local economies, food, energy, etc., produced locally. It must mean businesses allowed to thrive at a local scale, social enterprises, etc. So we've got to have an economy that's rooted where people feel they've got control, and that means also very strong local democracy. Critical. Clearly it's got to be fair, and the hardest job of all is we need massive redistribution, not just of income, of wealth, of power, of ownership, and of time. We need to do all those things. And we need to get people's trust back in the institutions. The trust levels in the institutions of society, whatever they are, including even NGOs these days, is poor, very bad. The next thing we need to do is to make people feel secure. And the way technology is moving, too many people feel very insecure about their futures. Now, it may be too much of a dream yet, but I believe just as we've developed the ideas that people should have health and education security, we need the same around economic security. And that's why ideas like basic income, it may be only one of the solutions we need to start looking at. And we need to find ways to fund that enable everybody to thrive. And that can come partly from redistribution, but partly from new taxes on all sorts of things like how much financial instruments, financial transaction tax, but also taxes on the windfall gains that the big tech companies, the Googles, the others, take something like the iPhone. Huge amounts of that come from public money that's gone into research, gone into education, and there needs to be a dividend back to the public that could help fund the basic income. So we need to create some new commons. But people I would put economic security and try and give people at least enough security of the basic income, however you do it, whether through taxes or through a universal income, to people who feel secure. If you start to do that, if you've got people feeling rooted, things were much fairer and more secure, and it will help a lot. It won't necessarily make people feel valuable, and that's why we've got to start incentivizing and supporting creation of real value. Real value is not just what we create in the market. It's also what we create in our households, in the commons, for the state, etc. So whether it's creation of beauty, whether it's looking after and caring for children or older people, whether it's also regenerating the environment, those are all areas of creation of real value. They aren't necessarily to be monetarized, but they have to be valued, and we need a system that values. So if you made people feel those first four things, and you tackled the sustainability and regeneration issue that John and others have been talking so brilliantly about, then I think you can have the best of both worlds. Then you can have a welcoming economy that's open to the refugee, open to the other, that's open, not just closing off the economies and putting up a fortress. And most importantly, is also creative. So I believe we need to keep the best things of globalization, the dynamism, the creativity. We need to expand that into all sorts of other life, but we need to accompany it by some very different strategies. So what we're talking about is an economy that moves from mainly a market-focused economy into one that deals with all Kate's four segments, the commons, the household, the state, and the market, and one that is rooted, fair, secure, and makes people valued, but is also enterprising, open, and dynamic and creative. Is that possible? Of course it is. No question. So that's where we've got to get to, and that would look, I haven't got time to go into it yet now, but it would look very different in terms of the institutional framework. That's almost another talk in itself. It picks up some of John's diversity in the appropriate scale, new measures of progress. We've been talking about those, changing the DNA of business as an enterprise so that creating good jobs and looking after the environment is in there, regeneration and extension of the global commons, limits on material use and economic growth in where you need to do them, etc. A radical financial system reform. That's several lectures in one go. So I won't, but also a new global compact. It's absolutely ridiculous. And I worked for 11 years for Oxfam as their international director, running programs around the world. I fought really hard, and successfully to some extent, for 0.75% of GDP in the British government, which we're doing. But that's not the reason. That's not where we need to get to. We've got to have a system where we absolutely tackle that flaw that Kate and others have talked about for everybody now. It's morally necessary. It's economically a really good idea. It also makes much more sense in terms of the planet, because everybody thinks that poverty causes population causes poverty. It's the other way around. Once people get past a certain level, and once women get control over their bodies and get some level of income and education, birth rates go down dramatically. So tackling the poorest people on Earth is a fundamental need for us ecologically, etc. We'll have 1 billion less people on the planet by 2100, let alone anything else. That's what we've got to do, and we've got the resources to do all this. So that's why we have to reframe who we are. We have to shift from consumers and owners to caretakers and creators, and that's exciting. And we have to move from an anthropocentric worldview to an approach to a biocentric one. So how do we do that? We've given you elements of that new story. I haven't put it across in the exciting, fun way it needs to be put across. But we need, at the same time, to build a power base. And that power base has got to be a whole lot of interlinking networks and movements that are coordinated and work together. They're going to need to work at different scales. They're going to need to work in different ways. They're going to, I use an orchestra analogies often. They each need to play their own instruments, but they need to play to some common scores in one orchestra. And at the minute, we're playing our own instruments to very different scores in many different orchestras, and all the powerful here is a lot of screeching. So, thank you. In the UK, for example, in the civil society thing, New Economics Foundation gave birth to something called New Economy Organisers Network, which is now over 1,000 people in not just the usual NGOs, but so the development, the environment, the human rights organizations, but also in the unions, in the faith groups, etc., who are all working together to overcome neoliberalism. And so you'll get people working, you'll get somebody from Greenpeace working with somebody from the Quakers, working on each other's campaigns. And these are usually the campaign directors or the campaign leaders in these organizations. So the same messages are going out, whether you're campaigning about what's happening to the oceans or what's happening to poverty. The same themes are coming through. And that's what this New Economy Organisers Network is aiming to do. It's being spread to other countries in Europe. It'll be done differently. We need research and policy networks. We need the exemplars, the people on the ground already doing good stuff, working together, scaling it up. We need a new story for business. We need the best people in business starting to work together to create that new story. And it's often going to be individuals. We need faith groups, as I already talked, very powerful. We need arts and creatives, journalists. I haven't got the whole list on here. And if we did that, then we wouldn't just, I think we lost a couple of things. The normal way people do campaigning is you have spokespeople and stories, you have campaign messages, you have enemies. But what they forget, it's like plants, it's like gardening. You have to do the stuff below ground as well as the stuff that's seen above ground. So you need the common values and principles. You need the unifying strong story. You need strong leaders. You need a shared strategy. You need diversity community. And you need to find ways of not just replicating the old power structures and things like that. This is doable, but it requires organization, and it requires this, and it requires strategy. And so that's why we're going to be talking about a Meadows memorandum, as Hunter was saying at the beginning. It needs to be very different, that, because we're not going to have lots of dollars, but we have got the voice of lots of people. And fundamentally, just remember one other thing. What we're talking about is much closer to who we are as human beings. We're not that Homo economus that Kate showed us. And we're talking about something that is about who we are. And that's going to be really powerful. So if we can organize ourselves, and it will need structure, it will be bottom up, but it also has to be some element of top-down coordination. So we need a coordinating body to coordinate these different networks with some leadership, with some money. It's not, and it needs to be a type of leadership that's very facilitative, not dictatorial. But there's got to be some way of pulling this stuff together in a way that respects voices, but also brings power to this group. That's what we've got to do. And finally, don't forget, it all starts with us individually. We did something called 5 Ways to Wellbeing, which has been picked up by a National Health Service, etc. We had in the UK something called, around your health, called Eating 5 Fruit and Veg a Day, which is a big advertising campaign. So we started an advertising campaign with what do you need? What are the 5 ways to well-being? Some of them are obvious, like connect, your relationships, be active, endorphins, etc. Less obvious, take notice. Do we notice the sun shining, or do we always look at our machines? Are we mindful? So all the mindfulness thing that goes with it. Keep learning, pretty obvious, but vital. But that last little word, give, is the fundamental way, both to our own well-being and to shifting this system. Because giving of our time, our energy, our intellect, being prepared to shove our egos to one side is going to be critical to this. But most important of all is giving of our love. Because I fundamentally believe that love is at the heart of that. And again, we're embarrassed to talk about it too often. But we have got to demonstrate real love in changing this system. And we can do it. Thank you.
Stuart, thank you. By the way, we have our own little form of mythology going on here. It's not where you stand, it's how hard you talk into these little guys. And I want to credit Artem in the back from Earth Coast, who has been struggling manfully with this new system that they have here in this brand new auditorium. So Artem, thank you. Thank Earth Coast.
Thank you.
Question.
Yeah,
do you want some time to talk, or do you want to go right into wrap up and then the reception? Yes?
Good decision. Very good decision.
Okay, hands up, talk. I got the message. That's okay. We're damn near there.
Well, thank you, Kate.
Enough talk. And you will, remember, you will have a whole bunch of time tomorrow in the working groups to keep on talking about all of this. I've been asked to come up with some core concepts of what you've heard. Yes, I know. And Ida and Maggie Fox. Maggie, you here in the back? Come on up. And we're going to set up here on stage and give you guys a quick synthesis of what we've heard. Then I'm going to ask Maggie to talk a bit about some of the work that she's doing and the importance of a new narrative and where we go from here. And
Go on. Yeah.
then we are going to have the great good fortune of Boulder's own Congressman, Jared Polis, who will be with us in a few minutes. I was telling Mark that it's always fun. You get these frantic messages from the activist groups. Write your congressman now, it's imperative. And I always go, my congressman's going to vote the right way anyway. I don't have to write him. I do periodically just on account of, to make sure that he gets the balance. But you'll see when you get to see Jared of why we are so blessed. At the beginning of the day, Randy Hayes, who is wandering across the back, is my favorite activist in all the world, asked me not to sugarcoat things because we needed ecological truth-telling. Randy, you think we've done it? 8 out of 10. I'll take it. We're in trouble. And as Randy's and my old boss, David Brower, used to say, we need an ecological U-turn. And I think you've gotten the basic concept of why. We're exceeding the planetary boundaries. We're failing to provide what it is that humans need for a life of dignity and well-being. And yet we have the procedures we need. Stuart just walked through. What are the elements that we need to build a movement? John laid out the principles. John, if I get this wrong, tell me. That nature is sustainable, not because it set out to be, not because it declared it, but because it's regenerative. And this concept of regenerativeness, I think, has to be core to our new narrative, to where we're going. We've got to flip the frame from how is it that we can best serve the economy. It's not, after 9/11, go shopping so that all the money can flow to finance. It's how do we bring finance as a tool, money as something that's nice to have, to the real economy, which is in service to life. And then that we've got to pull these principles of regenerative economics from science-based observations. How is it that the world really works, as opposed to the made-up formula of the economists? Did I miss anything? That'll do. We've got to meet, as Kate said, the needs of all within the means of the planet. And this concept of donut economics, that sweet spot below the planetary boundaries, and ensuring that we're meeting the needs of all. An economy that is distributive by design, regenerative by design. Nelson Mandela said, poverty's not an accident. We made it. That means we can unmake it. We can design a world that works for 100% of humanity. Economy in society, in nature. John calls this right relationship. It's the essence of ecological economics, that the economy that we worry about, that we fuss over, is this little linear process inside of society, inside of the biosphere. Which one really matters? Sustainable scale, fair distribution, efficient allocation. These are the basic principles of ecological economics. And then we're addicted to the way things are now. And again, when confronted with addiction, you get defensive. So therapy involves figuring out what you want. Again, Dave Brower, Randy's and my old boss. What do we want the earth to be like 50 years from now? Let's do a little dreaming. Aim high, he said. Navigators have aimed at the stars for centuries. They haven't hit one yet, but because they aimed high, they found their way. This concept of a new narrative is, I think, central to whether or not we're going to be able to build an economy in service to life. How many, hands up those of you who have been working on these issues for 5 years? 10 years? 15 years? 20 years? 25 years? 30 years?
No, 25, I drop.
Getting tired? Hemingway said, everything is your fault if you're any damn good. So why haven't we changed it? This is the question that I really want you to wrestle with. Why haven't we changed it? And I think Stuart started to get to some of these concepts. That we're all playing our instrument. AJ Grant, AJ, you're here. AJ says when they get the DNA right, they're going to find that there is a gene, that the liberals have a gene for, you hear? For differentness. You gotta watch out for those things. You'll buck off of them.
What's that?
Liberals have a gene for differentness. Conservatives have a gene for working together, for following. Following gene and an innovating gene. Yeah, group thinker versus I'm going to go do my own thing. Is that it? Can we learn as people who want to see a finer future? Can we learn to play as an orchestra? To take direction from a conductor, however benign that conductor might be? We're going to have to talk about power. Who has it? How do we use it? It's one of the reasons I'm so thrilled that Jared is coming. He's in power, and we need people in power who are good. We need to learn how to wield power. More of us need to go into power. Not me. But this, I think, and this is what the next 2 days are about. What's it gonna take? I think it's the narrative, that without that new narrative, we're swimming upstream against a story that has captured the imagination of people. AJ also says it's a heck of a lot easier to get into somebody's head if you're bringing a message that's similar to what's already in their cranial real estate. That you've got to talk to them where they're at, not where you're at. So what is our narrative? The economy of the household. How do we speak to what it is that we're all familiar with? And how do we speak to what it is we want? We will have the opportunity tomorrow morning. Breakfast is at 8. Be here, it's going to be great. And then at 9 o'clock, my friend David Berry. David, where are you at? Right here. Right here, man. David Berry will take us through an amazing ceremony, which I've done at the Balaton group in Hungary. He used to call it honoring the ancestors. It's a way of getting connected with who we are as people. And this one, he just told me, is honoring the ancestors and the descendants. Dave Brower used to say we should all learn how to be good ancestors. It's a good thought, yeah. So 9 o'clock, don't miss that. It really is going to be amazing. And in a few minutes, when we get done with the wrap-up, we're going to have a fabulous reception, courtesy of Lucky's Market here in Boulder and New Belgium Brewery, our favorite brewery. So with that, Maggie, come on up, grab a grab a microphone and talk to us a little bit about narrative. Where are your partners? Ida.
Over here. You were up there. I was up there. I did my thing.
Oh, you did already?
Yeah, no, you're really clear.
You haven't? You haven't?
No, I had to go back. Go on. Don't.
Wherever you want to be. Up.
I thought it was a conversation.
I'm going to come join you. Good. Let's you and me have a conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, comment on what I've said and then add your own.
A lot of good friends out there and some new faces.
And remember the
Nice
mic.
to see you. Maybe a more good new, oh, there's Cody, a lot of good friends. Nice to see all of you. So instead of having a background in economics, sweet Jeff, I told him it was freezing in here. Thank you. Which one do you want?
Jeff's right here.
We
just get to chat till Jared shows up.
That will be a bit. So I'll just take a minute. It's been a wonderfully fascinating afternoon. And when I smile as my eyes go around the room, it's because I keep seeing people that we know and have worked together or done things together in our lifetimes. First of all, thank you and the team who pulled this together. It's past time for this kind of conversation, especially in the context of goals rather than just discussion of research and ideas, but actually having a plan or figuring out what we're going to do rather than just talking about what we've learned and what we've done really important research on. There's a big difference between a conference that does that and helps us learn more but doesn't actually leave you with any real action steps to take when it's over. So I compliment you for choosing to do the latter rather than the former. I don't know what this is. It's like the people have heard me say this for years. I've never gotten into the love affair with a microphone. Just never seemed appropriate. I also think it's this microphone, don't you?
No, it's the sound system.
Oh, okay. I just have a few comments because there's literally no one in this room that's not qualified to make comments. So mine are going to be no more useful than many of yours. The ideas largely presented today, from my perspective, are not new. They're distilled and rarefied and researched and packaged somewhat differently, but most of the information has been with us for a long time. I forget, was it Mark that said down with GDP? Well, that's actually been around from a point of view of theory for a very long time. It seems to me that we've reached a point of limitation where old ideas are reemerging and being examined in the light of present circumstances and a new and broader threat base that might actually force us to see them as more than ideas and actually steps that we have to take. I think that's the difference. Because my professional life has been in policy and politics, I learned early on that all the work you do, to borrow your framing of above ground, below ground, that below ground work is almost always done without ever knowing when that opportunity is going to rise above ground. A very narrow example I learned early on in my advocacy career, it still holds true in a funny, sort of sad way. And that is early on in the 80s even, the differences in the way our national parks were viewed began to emerge. And one was this business of an expectation that a national park was a quiet place. And the Grand Canyon was the first place where that sound difference between what you expect from a national park experience or a wilderness experience was really different in the happening. And a bunch of citizens from around the country came together to create something called a Quiet Canyon proposal. It was a very simple idea, fairly complex in the execution, but it had a frame. This was at a time when Democrats were in power, when passing legislation was happening literally 2 and 3 times a week, sometimes small, sometimes major legislation. But there was a time, not very long ago, when we used to pass laws. And we did. And some of them were written well and some of them weren't, but they were actually, there was legislation. You might not have liked all of it, but it was actually moving. And in that time, the work on the below ground on a Quiet Canyon proposal, which involved lots of details and are not relevant, went into a very fertile legislative arena and still didn't move. There were a lot of other priorities, there were a lot of reasons for it, not really relevant. And then one day, over the Grand Canyon, 2 airplanes crashed head on, and 67 people died that day. And that legislation passed in 72 hours. Now, the Quiet Canyon proposal, in essence, only dealt with was a big idea, and airplane flights over the Grand Canyon were just one piece of it. But that legislation passed because an above-ground event opened the door, and if the work hadn't been done, there would still have never been that legislation passed. Even though that was a different time, the way change happened is very different and is not going to happen that way, I think, going forward. It does remind us that that work cannot bring fruition above ground if we don't do it and we don't stay focused on it. That's one, I think, overall comment. And this work has actually, to my view, somewhat out of ignorance, has never been distilled into the kind of research that regular people can absorb as opposed to those in the academic world, 1. 2, there's never been a plan put in place for when that distillation occurs, that there's agreement over all the elements. And 3rd, there's never been an understanding like we're being forced to understand today. Pardon me, Jared. The political world drives decisions and is where leadership is. Having spent a lot of my adult life intimately involved in that world, that's just not true. Culture drives change, and today's politics is completely outside the world of culture. And as a result, people in the world of politics are working really hard, digging ditches in the dirt, and the rivers flow in a different way. So before any of the work that we need to do in a 21st century world gets moving in any real way, we've got to understand what a cultural narrative is, what is happening in the world today, how do we enter that conversation, how do we join it and drive it. In many ways, if you cast the world in black and white terms, especially in the context of democracies, there are 2 balanced values, freedom and equality. And democracies all over the world are either failing in conflict, not just here. And that balance between freedom and equality is off. Way off. One side, the side that's currently in power in the United States, has chosen to drive an aggressive freedom narrative that showed up in a lot of the presentations today, but not called out in that context, to the point where the equality narrative is treated as soft, weak, feminine, not secure, and will take mine, whatever mine is. So the immigration issues, the kind of migration issues caused by climate and other violence in the world is just feeding that narrative every day. And we haven't done the work to try to rebalance that narrative, because none of us want to live in a world without freedom. But none of us want to live in a world where equality is completely stomped on by my individual or even our collective freedoms. So this business of narrative is, unfortunately, our words around narrative have to change, because a narrative can be as insignificant as a slogan. and as powerful as a manifesto. For it to become a manifesto, we actually have to dig and work really hard to going into those core values that actually bring us together rather than divide us. And that sounds a little bit Pollyannish to a certain extent in a very complex and divided world. But when the world has become this complex, and when change is driving as fast and as hard as it is, and where division is what we are presented with every day, then actually doing the opposite has leverage like we haven't experienced in a long time. Which means we actually have to decide to decide and then be disciplined. And I actually do think we aren't strong in that arena. And it will require a recognition that these limits have to change our behavior before we can gather people together to collectively change. Anyway, that's my comment.
Thank you. Maggie, for those of you who don't know, ran the Climate Reality Project for, gosh, how many years? Almost 6. 6. And is still married to who had been our finest senator, Mark Udall. No argument there. And knows a great deal about what works in politics, what doesn't work in politics, and is one of the people that I go to for advice on how do we take these conversations and then embed them in the real world of Washington, of the state capitol, of an arena that I'm so unfamiliar with that I'm just a novice in it. And we now have the opportunity to hear from someone who is not a novice in it, who's really good at it. And Jared, thank you so much for coming. Jared won't be with us for the rest of the time because he's got to go to Washington and do his job. But thanks so much for coming and joining us. Jared Polis. If you kind of hold it under your chin, it doesn't pop too bad.
Right. Oh, hello. Okay, good. Yes, and tomorrow back to Washington for whatever nefarious things they're working on there. So, you know, I'm reflecting on what you're all gathered here today. I think it's extremely important work. Looks like this one broke. I'm going to sit over on this one. You know, the kind of neoliberal and market-based economy is certainly good for some things, but there's a lot of shortcomings. And while the sort of late 20th and early 21st century, the neoliberal economic model kind of defeated other alternative models that were even more flawed in many ways. And where it certainly maximizes productivity, it's not an economic form that incorporates multiple stakeholders. And I think that that's a lot about what you're here to talk about today. So while value is created, the value not only generally resides with shareholders and owners, it actually has to, because under the construct of the corporation, the fiduciary responsibility of the directors that run it is to the shareholders. It's not to the customers, it's not to the employees, it's not to the environment, it's to the shareholders. And when you measure something and when you have that level of responsibility, you do maximize productivity. So it turns out there's been tremendous growth in shareholder value, tremendous wealth creation. The problem has largely been twofold. It's maybe hold it a little further. Sort of twofold. If you can't hear me, maybe start raising your hand. It's a little hard for me to tell how loud it is. So while great value has been created and continues to be created, the two main problems with it are that it accrues to the benefit of the few rather than everybody. And two, there is no accounting for the lack of sustainability and for environmental and other externalities that are caused by the growth in equity for shareholders. So we need a better way to go about it. And the sort of current and prevailing and old paradigm in Washington has always been, well, let's find a way to regulate and stop those bad things like pollution and externalities. Let's find a way through a redistributive tax system to have a higher marginal rate for high-income individuals and a social safety net for low-income individuals. And that approach has held it together like a patchwork, but it hasn't addressed by any means the systemic drivers of both the destruction of our environment as well as the increasing wealth gap between the wealthiest 1 or 0.5% and everybody else. So I think what we hope that your work produces is an alternative model. And a model, you know, we also have examples in the dustbins of history of what doesn't work in the 20th century, whether it's the attempts, idealistic attempts at communist models, whether it's socialist models where they lack the right incentives with government ownership of enterprise, a wide variety of models that were, you know, designed with similar goals in mind, but fell short for a variety of reasons. I know that we can do better as a world, as a society, as a country. We see a smattering of ideas, whether it's B Corps, whether it's one I want to talk about in a minute, which is fostering employee ownership of enterprises. But we know that there's a better way to get there. One of those ideas that I wanted to touch upon is how we can have and encourage employee and worker ownership across our economy so that a share of the value that's created goes to the benefit of the workers and the employees in an enterprise as stakeholders, where they join their brethren stakeholders with that shareholder hat. Now, again, this only addresses the economic disparity issue. We still have environmental and other externality issues. But in terms of value being created, especially with the decline in the late 20th century and early 21st of the union movement, there's been little check on almost all of that value accruing to the sole benefit of the shareholders. So there's a number of methods to do this. There's companies in Boulder and Fort Collins and across Colorado that do this every day. ESOPs, employee-owned stock programs. Some of the breweries have those. Co-ops are another model for employee ownership. And, direct employee ownership or stock options are also methods that are seen, stock options, particularly in high growth and technology industries. So these are methods to better align the incentives and the reward structure for the workers at all levels, from, entry level line workers all the way up through management, with the shareholders so that they become one and the same over time. And I'm very supportive of efforts both within tax policy, regulatory policy, to make it easier and culturally acceptable and prevalent for employee-owned operations, either partially or wholly. Now, the environment has proper accountability for environmental externalities has eluded us as a country and as a world, and it's eluded us for a reason. I think the biggest reason is that it is in the vested interest of corporations that pollute to co-opt the political system to prevent any type of solution that prevents them from polluting. That goes for air, it goes for water, it goes for plastic waste, it goes for every type of waste imaginable. So there is a unfathomably large incumbent constituency for not pricing or ending unsustainable practices. That's a political question, right? But it makes it politically challenging, but we also lack imagination. That's where we need you to come in. The approach which we have is, well, let's limit pollution. Let's try to put caps on the amount of methane that's emitted. Let's try to say that there's a penalty for, plastic waste that isn't recycled. Let's try to make sure that toxic waste doesn't go into the dump and goes to other sites. And we have all these laws, and they've held it together, but as you know, they're at a breaking point, right? Now, we see this writ large with climate, right? But even in other areas, when you look at the vast areas of the ocean covered in plastic refuse, when you look at the deteriorating water quality, when you look at air quality from a health perspective, you see that we have fallen short through this sort of conventional regulatory approach. So what needs to occur is a transformation in the very rules of capitalism, which you're working on here today, and I hope to learn from you some of those solutions, to build into the very system the element of sustainability that our current system so sorely lacks in favor of short-term productivity. And the dangers of short-term productivity are even greater with regard to, let's say, our public stock markets, where everything is about the quarter, the quarter, the quarter. Forget about even the year or the 5 years. It's about the quarter at the expense of future quarters. What we need to move to is a metric system, a way of evaluating the success or failure of companies, the valuation of companies, that looks at the long-term value proposition that's sustainable over time. So it's not what you can produce this quarter or even this year. It's what can you produce over the long term, over a year, 5 years, 10 years, the legacy over 50 years and 100 years, both positive and negative. Somehow, that's up to you, not me, you have to figure this out, being tracked back for kind of affecting the net present value of the enterprise today. No one says it's easy, but we know that it's entirely lacking from our current system, which exclusively values shareholder profits, puts companies in a position where they succeed by gaming or creating loopholes within the system to allow them to pollute more, to allow them to pay workers less. And they are, in fact, rewarded for that very behavior. So they do it. That's not a immoral, it's an amoral thing. It's amoral. That's what they're rewarded to do. We set up a system that says we will reward you for paying your workers less and polluting the environment more as long as you don't get fined or do it illegally. So that is what they try to do, because that is what we have defined success as. So the challenge is to find success in a more inclusive and sustainable way that works. And, you know, again, I think the shortcomings of some of the prior models are that they did not incentivize an aspect that is incentivized today, and that is productivity. And guess what? Productivity is important. You don't want to improve equity at the expense of productivity, or everybody winds up less well off. So it's very challenging. I mean, if this was easy stuff, we'd have a sustainable, inclusive global economy today. It's not, but I think the systemic failures of the current neoliberal system are becoming more and more apparent over time, both with regard to climate, with regard to health and welfare, with regard to the increasing wealth gap. And those are reaching alarming proportions. And we're seeing that in our politics with the rise of the extremes across the world. Previously marginalized solutions for frustrating people turning to authoritarian leaders on the right or the left, people who offer a rejection of the status quo without, in their case, the intellectual underpinnings of a replacement, such as the concept that you are working on and will evolve. And that's a legitimate frustration that people in our country have that led to the election of Trump, that people in other countries have had that led to the remarkable success of formerly marginalized radical parties at the expense of mainstream political parties of the left and the right. And that will continue to happen as a wake-up call to thought leaders that we need to do better. We need to do better with regard to both inclusivity as well as sustainability in creating a new economic model that works in the long run for everybody. And that is the challenge that I know you all are up to. I look forward to hearing about your deliberations over the next day. And again, some of them are in the economic realm, some might be in the political realm. But know that the task ahead of you is not an easy one. With that, I would be happy to take a couple questions. Well, we're trying to let them think it's their idea. So It's the only way it's going to happen, and it's very unlikely. But look, there is a general desire to do something called tax reform. Tax reform would involve eliminating loopholes in tax expenditures and substantially bringing down rates for both corporations and individuals. Not a bad thing. It's a laudable goal. The key challenge is there needs to be revenue in that equation. Now, there's two current approaches by Republicans who, of course, are driving this, both of which have major fallacies. The House Republican proposal, the Paul Ryan proposal, Kevin Brady proposal, is to have a very large border adjustment tax of 20% on all imported products and to use that to give tax breaks to everybody, in particular the wealthy, but everybody. The main problem with the 20% tariff, border adjustment tax, is it's very regressive because it is in effect a sales tax. So they give everything that you buy, your socks, your shoes, all of that imported, costing 20% more. That affects low and middle income individuals, whereas a proportion of the benefits are giving to higher income individuals. It is a more regressive tax than a carbon tax. Now we'll get to a carbon tax, and you need to have, as you said, have some sort of dividend or alternative aspect to the equation to make sure it's not regressive. But even starting off, a carbon tax is less regressive than a border adjustment tax. It's hard to think of something that is more regressive than a border adjustment tax. The other problem with it is it'll cost American jobs as other countries reciprocate and add a 20% tariff to our products that are exported. So it's highly problematic. So President Trump didn't even want to touch that. He just said, let's just cut taxes, especially for the rich, but for everybody, and not pay for it at all, and basically triple our deficit and borrow from the future and make all of your kids and grandkids pay. Now, the good news is I don't even think the House and Senate Republicans are that fiscally irresponsible that they're going to go for that. And very few serious individuals have risen in support of a large unpaid for tax reform package. Doesn't mean Republicans haven't historically supported, as they have with President Bush, smaller unpaid for tax reform reductions. But this is by scope enormous, and I don't expect that they will proceed with cutting everybody's rates without getting some revenue back in terms of closing loopholes or some alternative. Now, into that mix, we, from our side, as progressives, would offer the carbon tax. And we did so through an effort that I spearheaded, the Sustainable Energy and Environmental Caucus. It's a group of 52 Democrats, so it's about a little more than a quarter of the Democrats in the House that are the more environmentally oriented Democrats, where we said if tax reform moves forward, we would like to see the carbon tax as the center of it. And that's a way that then Democrats can feel good about supporting it, even if you do all this other stuff in it that we don't like, which they write the rules and they'll decide, and it won't all be perfect. But if the carbon tax is the center of it, I think we could bring a good number of Democratic votes for that. We also put in there a number of other environmental tax priorities, production tax credit, incentives for solar. We had about 20 or so eliminating oil and gas tax loopholes and expenditures that are particularly for that industry. So that produces revenue. So we had a number of things in there, but carbon tax first and foremost. So clearly we were just projecting. I've talked to Kevin Brady about it. I've talked to Speaker Ryan about it. I said, look, if you want Democratic support, this is a good way to go. All that being said, I still am very skeptical that that's the way they'll go. I hope that George Shultz and Bob English and the others succeed. It is a way where President Trump and the Republicans could salvage victory out of the jaws of defeat for tax reform. I do believe that if that is the centerpiece, it would fundamentally be attractive to attracting my vote and the vote of many Democrats. Besides a brief trial bubble from Trump that maybe he was open to it, which was shortly thereafter shut down, we just haven't seen much openness to that. So we certainly do talk about it, but again, I was only half joking when I said we also want them to think it's their idea if they come forward with it, and we'll be happy to work with them on something along those lines. I just wouldn't hold my breath, but we can't give up trying. Yes. Well, you hit a lot of things there. The health care bill. Well, I'm not sure. He said he said that the increased homelessness was one of the issues he was worried about. The repeal of the health care bill was the other, and I guess, yeah. Yeah, the health care bill does affect homelessness. There's no doubt about that. One of the biggest reasons for people to lose their homes is medically related bankruptcy if they're uninsured. That decreased significantly with the increase in number of people that were covered. Under the House Republican proposal to replace the Affordable Care Act, 24 million people would lose their health care as scored by the Congressional Budget Office. Now we're waiting on a new score with their changes, but we don't expect it to be any better. It might even be worse. Now, again, this is far from across the finish line. The Senate Republicans have said we're not even starting with the bill that the House passed. We're just going to secretly meet in a room, all 12 of us and all of our whiteness. All 12 of us and all of our maleness and all of our whiteness will meet in a secret room, and we will emerge with something. And we don't know what that is. And we think that they might. So that will be a different bill. So we will look at that and we will see what it does. But presumably it would be along the same lines of reducing the number of Americans who have access to coverage, potentially particularly hitting people that are in the kind of 52 to 64 age group, particularly hitting people with pre-existing conditions. And will also, what we worry about again from the House bill, actually make healthcare more expensive for those who don't even lose it. 15 to 20% increases over the next few years for people who have healthcare today. So again, it contributes to homelessness. There's no doubt. There's a lot of issues that contribute to homelessness. I've talked to many mental health providers and shelters, and obviously mental health is an issue, and substance abuse is an issue. Lack of substance abuse treatment, in many ways the criminalization of substance abuse rather than dealing with it as a health issue. So there's a variety of issues there, and we could also, I'm sure talk about homelessness for a whole hour, but I know the focus here is kind of how you create an economy that works for everybody. Inevitably, that would also lead to less people kind of falling through those cracks in a current system which doesn't really have the incentive to keep people on board. Yeah. Well, again, we operate in the world we operate in. I think that certainly many of the policies that I would support would be a broader prosperity agenda. So I haven't used those terms before, but that's a good way of kind of encompassing it. How do we create a broad prosperity agenda, in a contrast to what you call the enrichment agenda? Now there's a whole question of what are the policies and tactics to implement them that come under that, but that's a excellent way of stating the goal of where we want to be. It's one that has certainly withered and been reduced over the last few decades. I mean, we've all witnessed that, and that's one of the reasons that we're looking for new solutions. We still need to address the sustainability piece, right? There's the equity piece, there's the inclusiveness piece. There's also a very legitimate and important sustainability piece. But, absolutely, that's a good way of putting it, and I agree. Thank you.
Don't you all wish you had him as a congressman?
Some of them do.
I'm sure grateful that you're there. Thank you so much for all that you do. And we'll get you the results of this.
Please, I look forward to it.
In particular, would one of you guys get him a Meadows memorandum as he's leaving? On that, you all got a copy of the Meadows memorandum? Please read it tonight. If you didn't, they're more out front. Particularly look at the narrative The first 2 pages are our attempt at a counter to the Powell Memorandum. Look at the new narrative. Come tomorrow prepared to deal with it. 2 announcements. 1, immediately following this, Kate Raworth will be at the Boulder bookstore. Thank you, Boulder Books, for coming and showing up and bringing the books of a whole lot of us. But Kate will be there to sign your book, so don't miss that opportunity. Item the second, we are fixing to have a wonderful reception, courtesy of Lucky's Market and New Belgium Brewery. That means if you want the good stuff, you get to get carded. It is university policy that 100% of people get carded. So kindly have your IDs out and ready. We'll get you into the reception just as fast as we can. But, kudos to the university. They're trying to do something to ensure that underage drinking doesn't happen. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mark Eckert to describe the working groups.
Okay, I'm going to do this really quickly because I've been at these types of gatherings where you've been working long and hard all day, and then some guy like me gets up to go over protocol and details and logistics. So we'll do it really quick. First thing on the screens, there is a link you can jot down. And that's the link to the working groups. So some of you have already signed up for the working groups that we're going to be in tomorrow. For those of you who haven't, we invite you to use the link to sign up. The more people we get signed up, the more efficient, the easier it will be tomorrow. That's for sure. And then today's presentations are already up on the regenerativefuturesummit.org homepage. So they're there for the takings. And we're really just kind of shifting from immersion learning to very pragmatic kind of get it done, build it approach tomorrow. I'm going to just leave it at that because it's been a long day and you've done great. Thank you to our speakers, of course, and to all of our volunteers and to all of you.
Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4,
Oh my God, yes.
5, 6. Did we find the speakers? Oh my God. Oh, I'm going to start drinking. Oh my gosh, we found it. We looked on the map. There's a diagram. So do you think this is going to be good? I mean,
We should redo the whole.
oh, oh my gosh. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, maybe it's the other amp then. Okay, maybe it's the other amp. Okay. Okay, it's getting there. It's getting there.
So what's really cool is actually
Okay. We'll have to reset everything, but all right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So we're not going through the system at all because it's useless. Okay. But yeah, we've got some really good volume here. Okay, we'll bring that down. Let's see if stage left speakers are up. Let me see. I'm going to be so excited if we do hear it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Okay. Okay. What kind of signs are you going to give me? Okay or... Okay. All right. Okay. I've been giving hand signals all day today. 1, 2. Hello? That's pretty good. Oh, yeah, I hear it. Yeah, good. Yes, yes. Yes. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. I get to sleep good tonight. And then we're going to go. So if I'm the presenter, we don't want to aim that speaker too much. But yeah, 1, 2, 3. It looks good. The room is filled. Yep. No feedback when I walk back. Okay. All right. What do you think?